that those who can only join us in the Zoom are the presidents, the presenters, the evaluators, and the resource persons that we have invited. So other members of the faculty and those who would like to join us today can have or can watch in the two platforms that we have mentioned earlier through our FB Live and in the YouTube. Links are provided in by your respective schools or by your respective universities. As for the meantime, we are still setting up we are still having some technical problems in setting up for our FB Live. So we'll just wait for a little while as soon so that we can provide you the link as soon as we are able to fix the glitch. Thank you so much. Once again, good morning. We would like to acknowledge the presence of our university presidents who are here with us this morning. Good morning to the president of Southern Leyte State University, Dr. Pros EVHEIs, the president of Samar State University, Dr. Marilyn Cardozo, the president of Visayas State University, Dr. Edgardo Tulin, and of course, the president of Biliran Province State University, we have Dr. Victor C. Cañazo Jr.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. And to remind everyone who are joining with us in this Zoom meeting and in viewing this online teaching demonstration, we would like to remind you to observe the following decorum. First is we have to check for the test device compatibility if our device is compatible with the platform that we are using. Second, do not navigate on the screen share features, for this will distract and teaching demonstration. We would like to remind you to observe the following decorum. Third is we have to be on time. First, we have to check for the test device compatibility if our device is compatible with the platform that we are using. Next is we have second, do not navigate while the session is ongoing features for the approved and teaching demonstration. We would like to remind you to observe the following decorum. Third is we have to be on time. First, we have to check for the test device compatibility if our device is compatible with the platform that we are using. Next is we have second, do not navigate while the session is ongoing features for the approved and teaching demonstration. We would like to remind you to observe the following decorum. Third is we have to be on time. First, we have to check for the test device compatibility if our device is compatible with the platform that we are using. Next is we have second, do not navigate while the session is ongoing features for the approved and teaching demonstration. We would like to remind you to observe the following decorum. Third is we have to be on time. First, we have to check for the test device compatibility if our device is compatible with the platform that we are using. Next is we have second, do not navigate while the session is ongoing features for the approved and teaching demonstration. We would like to remind you to observe the following decorum. Third is we have to be on time. First, we have to check for the test device compatibility if our device is compatible with the platform that we are using. Next is we have second, do not navigate while the session is ongoing features for the approved and teaching demonstration. We would like to remind you to observe the following decorum. Third is we have to be on time. First, we have to check for the test device compatibility if our device is compatible with the platform that we are using. Next is we have second, do not navigate while the session is ongoing features for the approved and teaching demonstration. We would like to remind you to observe the following decorum. Third is we have to be on time. First, we have to check for the test device compatibility if our device is compatible with the platform that we are using. Next is we have second, do not navigate while the session is ongoing. Once again, good morning. Compatible with the platform that we are using. Next is we have second, do not navigate while the session is ongoing.
Hello, Sir Delphine.
Once again, good morning. compatible with the platform that we are using. If we have second, do not navigate. While the session is on.
Nag-e-echo po ang audio.
Sir Delphine.
Yeah.
Sir Delphine, pag nag-share ka, i-off mo lang po yung sound.
Yeah. Yes. If there is a laptop near the host, I mean the MC, that is paki-unmute ng paki-mute ng mic po para hindi mag-e-echo. Hello, Sir Delphine, the co-host of this activity, please check the audio system natin dyan.
We have already informed that Sir Delphine.
Who are here with us this morning. Good morning to the President of Southern Leyte State University, Dr.
We would like to check if our presenters and evaluators are already here joining with us. May we know if Engineer John Alvin Macariola is around? Dr. Robert G. Pianyar? Ms. Cybel Krisha Ledisma?
Engineer Macariola is already on board po.
Okay, thank you. And then Dr. Robert G. Pianyar from Leyte Normal University. Do we have a response from Leyte Normal if Dr. Robert G. is already on board? And we also, what about Ms. Cybel Krisha Ledisma from LSU? Dr. Christopher A. Duran of Eastern-Visayas State University, and Dr. Engineer Peter Anthony Petilia from Northwest Samar State University.
Present, ma'am.
Oh, so we have Sir Petilia and also from our evaluators, we have Dr. Danilo Pulma of Eastern-Visayas State University. Dr. Aluna Medalla, Gabihan of Samar State University.
Yes, ma'am, I'm present. I'm here already. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And then Dr. Constantino Medilos Jr. of Visayas State University.
Present, ma'am. Present.
Dr. Aluna Medalla Gabihan of Samar State University.
Yes, ma'am, I'm present. I'm here already. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And then Dr. Constantino Medina, Dr. Levi Esmero of Palomar State Institute of Technology.
Present, ma'am. Present.
Dr. Aluna, and we already have our invited resource expert evaluators. We have Dr. Juan Robertino Macalde and Dr. Glenda Cadiente. They're already here with us. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning, Ma'am Elizabeth.
Yes, Ma'am Glenda. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ma'am Elizabeth.
Good morning, Ma'am. And now we would also like to acknowledge the presence of the president of the University of Eastern Philippines. We have Dr. Cherry Ultra. She is already on board, joining with us. President of the University of Eastern Philippines, we have Dr. Cherry Ultra. She is already on board, joining with us. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this online teaching demonstration of the Eastern-Visayas Higher Education Institutions Flexible Learning Management System Consortium. President of the University of Eastern Philippines, to the Dr. Cherry Ultra. Fed Commissioner, Honorable Aldrin Darilag, the Regionate Shed Director, Dr. George Colorado, members of the Eastern-Visayas Higher Education Institutions Flexible Learning Management System Consortium, starting with Southern Leyte State University, together with their president, Dr. Pros Ivy Yepes, Samar State University with their president, Dr. Marilyn Cardozo, University of Eastern Philippines with their president, Dr. Cherry Ultra, Visayas State University, together with their president, Dr. Edgardo Tulin, the president of Biliran Province State University, Dr. Victor C. Canyazo Jr., Northwest Samar State University, Dr. Benjamin Picayo. We also have, as one of the members of the EVHEIs-FLMSC, we also have Caloocan Institute of Technology, Dr. Norberto Olavides. We also have Leyte Normal University, together with their president, Dr. Jude A. Duarte. Eastern-Visayas State University with their president, Dr. Dominador O. Aguirre Jr., and Eastern Samar State University, together with their president, Dr. Edmundo A. Camputo. And to start with, let us invoke the presence of God in this endeavor through a prayer, and this will be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem in giving respect to our national flag. Visayas State University with their president, Dr. Dominador O. Aguirre Jr., and Eastern Samar State University, together with their president, Dr. Edmundo A. Camputo.
Almighty God, our Father, we praise and thank you for this day. You have given us another opportunity to appreciate life,
our national
fulfill our mission.
Visayas State University with their president, Dr. Dominador O. Aguirre Jr.
Please pardon
and
us for our
Eastern
shortcomings.
Samar State University
Help
together
us
with
to
their
amend our
president, Dr.
impieties.
Edmundo A. Camputo.
Almighty
To
God,
start
our
with,
Father,
let us invoke the
we will
blessings
raise
of
and
God
thank you for this day.
through a prayer, and this will
You
be
have
followed
given
with the
us
singing
another
of the
opportunity to
national anthem
achieve our
to
endeavors.
our national
Fulfill our missions.
Visayas State University with their president, Dr.
Guide us in our
Dominador O. Aguirre
discussions.
Jr.
Please pardon
and
our minds for
Eastern
every
Samar
decision
State
that we
University
make. Help
together
us
with
to
their
amend our
president, Dr.
impieties. Give us your courage
A. Camputo.
and grace. Almighty
To
God,
start
our
with,
Father,
let us invoke the
we will
blessings
raise
of
and
God
thank you for this day.
through a prayer, and this will
You
be
have
followed
given
with the
us
singing
another
of the
opportunity to
national
achieve
anthem
our endeavors
to
so
our
that we may
national
unveil our
Visayas
missions to
State
our
University with their
successors.
president, Dr.
Guide us in
Dominador
our
O. Aguirre
discussions.
Jr.
Please pardon us, we ask.
Eastern Samar
In
State
Jesus'
University
name, help
together
us
with
to
their
amend our
president, Dr.
impieties. Give us your courage
A. Camputo.
and grace. Almighty
To
God,
start
our
with,
Father,
let us invoke the
we will
blessings
raise
of
and
God
thank you for this
through a prayer, and this will
you
be
have
followed
given
with the
us
singing
another
of the
opportunity to
national
give us
anthem
your courage
to
so
our
that we may
national
unveil our
Visayas
missions to
State
our
University with their
successors.
president, Dr.
Guide us in
Dominador
our
O. Aguirre
discussions.
Jr.
Please pardon us, we ask.
Eastern Samar State president, Dr.
Give us so that we may
A.
achieve
Camputo.
and grace. Almighty
To
God,
start
our
with,
Father,
let us invoke the
we will
blessings
raise
of
and
God
thank you for this
through a prayer, and this will
you
be
have
followed
given
with the
us
singing
another
of the
opportunity to
national
give us
anthem
your courage
to
so
our
that we may
national
unveil our
Visayas
missions to
State
our
University with their
successors.
president, Dr.
Guide us in
Dominador
our
O. Aguirre
discussions.
Jr.
Please pardon us, we
and
ask.
Eastern Samar State president, Dr.
Give us so that we may
A.
achieve
Camputo.
and grace. Almighty
To
God,
start
our
with,
Father,
let us invoke the
we will
blessings
raise
of
and
God
thank you for this
Eastern Samar State president, Dr.
Give us so that we may
A.
achieve
Camputo.
and grace. Almighty
To
God,
start
our
with,
Father,
let us invoke the
we will
blessings
raise
of
and thank you for this and grace. Almighty
To
God,
start
our
with,
Father,
let us invoke the
we will
blessings
raise
of
and thank you for this Almighty
To
God,
start
our
with, let us invoke the
Father, we will
blessings
raise and
of
thank you for this Almighty
To
God,
start
our
with, let us invoke the
Father, we will
blessings
raise and
of
thank you for this
We would like to apologize for some technical glitches and problems that we have encountered earlier, as is an overlap of the voices. We are trying to fix the problems and we are trying to fix everything.
Ma'am Elizabeth,
Yes, sir.
ma'am, can I request Mr.
We would
Delphine
like
to
to
close?
apologize for some technical.
I think Mr. Delphine has a open YouTube. Maybe ipa-close na lang po niya. Kasi
that is the cause of.
yes, ma'am. Opo.
Okay, yes, sir.
Kung may ibang audio siya doon or ibang application na naka-open, ipa-close na lang muna sa kanya. Kasi ginagamit yung audio sa laptop niya.
Okay, yes, sir. Noted, sir. Okay, after all those problems and some challenges before we have started, let's keep the ball rolling. So after a series of webinars conducted, after a week or two of crafting the learning modules, and after a series of evaluation and consultation of the learning modules and packages that we are making, today we will witness how these modules are put into reality and in action through this online teaching demonstration. We will observe and we will learn how to manage our online class, how to present, deliver, utilize, and implement our learning modules. And we will be gaining insights through these presentations, and we will learn from the comments and suggestions given by our experts of evaluators, and as to how we could make our classes, online classes, better. And so, to give his opening message, please welcome Dr. Victor C. Canyaso Jr., the chairperson of the Eastern-Visayas Higher Education Institutions Flexible Learning Management System Consortium and the president of Biliran Province State University.
The brainchild of the Eastern-Visayas Higher Education Institutions Flexible Learning Management System Consortium, the Honorable Commissioner of the Commission on Higher Education, Dr. Aldrin J. Darilag, our CHED Regional Director of Eastern Visayas Region, Dr. George M. Colorado, the SUC presidents. Namely, we have from the Eastern Samar State University, Dr. Edmondo A. Campoto, Eastern Visayas State University, at the same time, our PASOK 8 president, Dr. Dominador O. Aguirre Jr., Leyte Normal University president, Dr. Jude A. Duarte, Northwest Samar State University president, Dr. Benjamin L. Picayo, Palompon Institute of Technology president, Dr. Norberto C. Olavides, the Southern Leyte State University president, Dr. Prose Ivy G. Yepes, Samar State University president, Dr. Marilyn D. Cardoso, the University of Eastern Philippines president, Dr. Cherry Ultra, the president of the Visayas State University, Dr. Edgardo Tulin, to our expert evaluators headed by Dr. Roberto Macalde of the Learning Management Office of the CIMEO Enotech, our online teaching demonstrators, SUC key officials in the region, our dear faculty in the entire Eastern Visayas, and the rest of the stakeholders of the EVHEIs-FLMSC. A pleasant day to all towards better normal. Today, we will witness the teaching demonstrations of some of the best mentors in higher education in this region. This is also our important time to showcase the teaching prowess of the respective SUCs. Likewise, show to the country and to the world the best in Eastern Visayas higher education institutions. Considering the pool of talents and skilled instructors and professors we have, Surely, the things we will see are not new to us, but they are here for a very special purpose, to inspire us more to move forward towards the better normal in higher education landscape. From the words of an English politician, Sir Thomas Burton, amplifies my deepest thoughts for all the presenters. And he said, and I quote, "With talent and perseverance, all things are attainable." Thanks for the talents and skills you shared. And thank you for the perseverance you have put for this activity. Surely we will attain something, that is to allow our faculty in the Region 8 to be prepared and ready to shovel the debris from the avalanche of this pandemic. Thank you to our CHED Commissioner, Aldrin A. Darilag, for being the wind beneath our wings, and to our RD Colorado for his overwhelming support towards this consortium, and to the Southern Leyte State University, Visayas State University, and the rest of the SUCs, to the leadership of both Dr. Yepes and Dr. Tulin of the Training and Capacity Building Committee, for tapping our very own talents, our very own experts for this activity. Remember Graham Bell, the great inventor of telephone, which now evolves to smartphone, which we all agree that this is now the most handy and accessible tool to communicate and educate. Thus, in closing, I would like to borrow some of the words of Alexander Graham Bell, that improvements invariably involve the cooperation of the minds. These words, I believe, is the testament of our efforts, of the 10 SUCs in Eastern Visayas, that despite many challenges and hurdles, we attain something one step at a time because of the cooperation of the great minds of the education leaders and mentors. Let us continue to take a great leap to attain the line of better normal. Godspeed, Eastern Visayas Higher Education Institutions Flexible Learning Management Consortium. Good day to everyone.
Thank you so much, Sir Vic, for that warm welcome. And so everyone is now excited as to see the different presentations of each of the members of the Eastern Visayas Higher Education Institutions Flexible Learning Management System Consortium. This is the list of presenters for this morning. Starting with our first presenter. Oh, I am honored and privileged to introduce to you our pool of talented and brilliant faculty members of Eastern Visayas and the pool of expert evaluators. We'll look closely on the presentations of each faculty. So starting with our first presenter from Samar State University. He is an Associate Dean of the College of Engineering and currently taking his Doctor of Philosophy in Engineering with a specialization in Computer Engineering. His recent work focused on implementing artificial neural network on embedded design and wireless technology on an externally funded project, TED Dareto, a microscale hydropower plant located in Matuguinaw, Samar, Philippines. Also, a principal investigator of USAID Stride, an RTI prototyping grant for the project Wearable Evasion Device. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Engineer John Alvin Macariola. Our next presenter is from Leyte Normal University. We have Dr. Robert G. L. Pianyar. Dr. Robert G. Pianyar has been working as a college instructor at the Languages and Literature Unit of Leyte Normal University, Tacloban City, for 6 years now. And he's teaching general education English and language and literature major courses. He is presently designated as the Student Publication Advisor of Leyte Normal University, the Anlantawan. He finished his Bachelor of Secondary Education major in English as cum laude and his Master's in English at the Leyte Normal University. In 2016, he was one of the recipients of Microsoft Education Ambassador in Eastern Visayas and Microsoft Innovative Educator Trainer by the Microsoft Philippines. He became a scholar in 2019 of the U.S. Department of State of American English e-teacher program, finishing teaching of English as speakers of other languages, major in content-based instruction. Our resounding applause, virtual resounding applause to Dr. Robert J. L. Pianyar. Next presenter, our third presenter this morning is Ms. Cybel Krisha Lidisma from Southern Leyte State University. Ms. Lidisma finished her bachelor degree in secondary education major in English at St. Joseph College. She graduated top of the graduating class as magna cum laude and passed the licensure examination for teachers in 2016. She finished her Master of Arts in Education major in English at Southern Leyte State University, Tomas Opos campus, and was acclaimed Best Thesis. Now she is pursuing Doctor of Arts in Literature and Communication at Cebu Normal University. She teaches both major and minor literature and communication courses in Southern Leyte State University Tomas Opos campus, where she also manages the Sundayag Theater Group of the campus Cultural Performing Arts Guild. Aside from her academic engagements, she also finds passion in freelance hosting and speech training. Our fourth presenter for Social Studies, Humanities, and Communication is from Eastern-Visayas State University. He is Dr. Christopher A. Duran. Dr. Duran finished his bachelor degree in secondary education major in English at Eastern-Visayas State University. He earned his postgraduate studies, his Master of Education in English Language Teaching in the same university, and took his Doctor of Education in English Language Teaching at Cebu Normal University. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Christopher A. Duran. And to complete our list of presenters, our pool of faculty presenters this morning for Science and Mathematics from Northwest Samar State University. He finished his bachelor degree in chemical engineering at the University of San Carlos. He earned his Master of Arts in Science Teaching, Master of Arts in Science Teaching Mathematics in 2012 at Northwest Samar State University, and finished his Doctor of Education, Educational Administration in the same university. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Peter Anthony C. Pitilia. And for our pool of expert evaluators, each of the presenter has an assigned evaluator plus our two invited expert evaluators. To evaluate or to look closely the presentation of of our first presenter, Dr. Engineer John Alvin Macariola, we have from Eastern-Visayas State University, Dr. Danilo B. Pulma. Dr. Pulma completed his Master of Management degree at the University of the Philippines, Visayas, Tacloban College, and earned his doctoral degree in management at the University of San Jose Recoletos in Cebu City. His ardent interest in ICT made him earn various certifications, namely Microsoft Certified Professional, International Computer Driving License Start Certificate, Linux Professional Institute 1 certification, and he has also completed CCNA instructors training. He has also served as either a consultant or resource speaker of projects with DILG and DICT. He has accepted challenging administrative designations such as Dean of the College of Engineering and Director of ITTDC at Eastern-Visayas State University. He is currently the OIC of Eastern-Visayas State University, Ormoc City Campus, and concurrently designated as the Director of the ICT Center of the University. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Danilo B. Pulma. Welcome, sir. And our next pool of expert evaluator to evaluate Dr. Robert G. Pianyar, we have Dr. Aluna Midalia Gabihan from Samar State University. Dr. Gabihan finished her postgraduate studies, namely Master in English and Doctor of Arts in Language Teaching in Leyte Normal University. She was the former chair of the Committee on Instructional Materials Review at the College of Education in Samar State University. Presently, Dr. Gabihan is a member of the Syllabus and Curriculum Monitoring and Evaluation Team and Program Chairperson of the Bachelor of Secondary Education in the same university. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Aluna Midalia Gabihan. Good morning, ma'am. Next is we have for Social Studies, Humanities, and Communication. To evaluate for the Social Studies, Humanities, and Communication, we have from Southern Leyte State University, Dr. Constantino Midilo Jr. Dr. Midilo is the Research and Innovation Director in Southern Leyte State University and currently the acting manager of the university's Innovation and Technology Support Office. He previously served as head of the Research and Development Program of the university's College of Teacher Education and was a department head of the Social Science and Humanities section of the College of Teacher Education. He also served as the head of the Extension Unit of the same college. Furthermore, he is a PhD holder in social science research. He also holds a Master of Arts degree in Education, major in social sciences, and has taught various courses in the social sciences. He has since published and presented papers in various publications and conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, from Southern Leyte State University, Dr. Constantino G. Midilo Jr. Good morning, sir. And for the field, in the field of science and mathematics, we have our expert evaluator, Dr. Levi G. Ismero from Palumpon Institute of Technology. Dr. Ismero graduated with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Electronics and Communications Engineering at Central Colleges of the Philippines. He took Master of Science in Information Technology at Polytechnic University of the Philippines and Doctor of Philosophy major in Technology Management at Palumpon Institute of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Levi G. Ismero. And for our invited pool of invited expert evaluators, our first invited pool of expert evaluator has finished her Bachelor of Secondary Education major in English at Leyte Normal University, and she received the Proficiency Award in English. In Manila, she was Executive Assistant to Conrado Limcauco Jr., former Press Secretary of Arroyo and a Special Envoy for the Special Projects of the late President Corazon Aquino from 1998 to 2000. She finished her master's degree in English Language and Literature teaching at the Ateneo de Manila University. She joined Leyte Normal University in 2004. In 2014, she was awarded a scholarship grant by the Commission on Higher Education and finished her doctorate degree in Applied Linguistics at De La Salle University, Manila in 2019. As a doctorate student, she was honed as a language researcher, presenting her papers in international conferences in the country and abroad. Her research work also appeared in a Scopus Indexed International Research Journal. She is currently head of the Languages and Literature Unit of Leyte Normal University. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming Dr. Glenda Doroja Cadiente. And to complete our expert evaluators, we have he has been with us in the past webinars that we have conducted. Prior to his appointment as senior specialist, Dr. Macalbe is a full-time consultant for the Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation Institute of the Asian Development Bank Central and West Asia Department. He is responsible for the supervision, coordination, and review of course design and learning materials for the various training programs, as well as in monitoring the progress of the participants in the various capacity building activities of the CARIC Institute. Dr. Macalde has been the program manager and training coordinator of the Asian Institute of Management's Development Resource Center. The center is a provider and facilitator of capacity building programs for the development community in the Asia Pacific region and is a member of the World Bank initiated Global Development Learning Network. Dr. Macalde is also a professional lecturer for the Master of Arts in Education Management at the Rizal Technological University and formerly assistant professorial lecturer on human resource management and organizational development for the graduate program of Psychology Department, College of Liberal Arts of the De La Salle University, and special lecturer in San Beda College, Colegio de San Juan de Letran, and DLSU College of St. Benil. He has an extensive experience in the development and delivery of various training and development programs as former assistant director, assistant service chief, and human resource management officer in the Department of Labor and Employment and Office of the President, the Livelihood Corporation, Philippine Senate Congressional Commission Labor and Employment, and the Supreme Court House of Representative Electoral Tribunal, and has been a regular lecturer, guest speaker, and consultant on e-learning, project proposal writing, fund sourcing in the Philippines and selected countries in Asia and the Pacific, such as Xinjiang, People's Republic of China, Port Moresby, PNG, in Tokyo, Japan, and then in Bangkok, Thailand, in Guangzhou People's Republic of China, and Dushanbe in Tajikistan. He is also the former board member and past vice president of the Philippine E-Learning Society. Dr. Macalde completed his doctorate degree in education, major in educational administration, and is a graduate of Master of Arts in Education from the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila and Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Adamson University. Dr. Macalde is also awaiting the official conferment of the Master of Business in Training and Development course in Victoria University, Melbourne, Australia, and has earned units in the College of Law and Master of Arts in Public Administration. He is also a recipient of the following special courses: Graduate Diploma in Business Training and Development from Victoria University of Technology in Melbourne, Australia, Program for Development Managers from the Asian Institute of Management, National Government Administration course under the JICA in Osaka, Japan, APEC e-learning training course under the Busan National University in South Korea, and blended learning course on performance management in the public sector under KDI School of Public Policy in Seoul, South Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, the senior specialist and head of flexible learning solutions and instructional design and development units of learning management of the Office of Simeo Enotech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Robertino D. Macalde. And now that everything is set, we will now proceed to our first presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, from Samar State University for the field in engineering, we have Engineer John Alvin Macariola.
Good day to everyone. On behalf of Samar State University, I am John Alvin L. Macariola, a faculty of the College of Engineering, and I am here to present our LMS, the Learning Management System platform. Basically, we are adopting the flexible learning scheme. So we do have apprented modules, and at the same time, we are using our LMS for our online learners. So right now, let's try to check our LMS. So first, we need to open a browser. And then go to the URL, code and classroom, then classroom.ssu.edu.ph. This is the front page. We need to key in our credentials to log in. And then you will be redirected to your dashboard. This is my dashboard. I do have like 3 to 4 subjects that I'll be handling for the entire semester. And then one of them is the multimedia system. So let's check out the content. So upon clicking the image, you will be greeted with the multimedia system welcome page. No? One of the advantage in using this platform, this framework, is you can create resources on top of your modules. No? So in that way, you can assure that all the important reminders, announcement, and activity are penned down on top of the modules that you will be created. So right here, I included some of the resources like the announcement, my course syllabi. I even created a wiki, no? And then the rest, we'll try to check them each one of those resources that I included on my courseware. So first is the announcement. So right here, basically, I included also my LinkedIn profile where they can click and then they will be redirected to my LinkedIn page. Also, I included here my course syllabi. So this is my LinkedIn page. No, they can check my profile, requiring that they have their own account also on LinkedIn. And then this is our course syllabus for CPA 17 multimedia system. So we do have here our college goal, program graduate outcomes, our objectives, course learning outcomes, grading system, and then the classroom policies. So these are the content. No, I even inserted here my consultation hours. So every 9 a.m. to 12 noon, every Wednesday, no, that is my consultation hour for this specific subject. So every time that every time that I started my class, I always discuss my syllabus to them. This is very important since this is the agreement between you, no, and your learners. So this is the content. Also, I included a wiki. It's like a Wikipedia. No, it's like a Wikipedia wherein each one of your learners can contribute. They can even edit some of those topics that you are inserted here. So, example, if I click this one, you will be redirected on the software tools. I even included also the links where they can download all those tools that we were going to use for the entire semester. These are free open source applications. They can download this one and use them for free. And then another thing is I created also a module database repository. So the content here is all the modules, no, all the lecture modules. So instead of downloading each of those modules in my module section, they can download the entire module in just one click. So that is one of the advantage of having a database repository. And there are times also that those modules, no, are not anymore available, so you can't download those lecture modules. So what you're going to do is you will just come in the go to the module database repository and download those all lecture modules. So this is one of those lecture modules. Basically the content is this one, no, na-download ko na siya. Yun. Whatever the content I have here is also uploaded also on my learning management system. So everything that on my lecture module are also present on my learning management system. So example, I have an assignment, created an assignment. It is also visible on my syllabus. If you take a look on my syllabus, on my module 1 right here. So basically, I do have an assignment. They need to comply this one, both printed and in the LMS. And I also included on the first module my online multimedia project. I even created a rubrics for this one. And then I do have also a general forum right here, wherein they can post any comments and ideas regarding on the subject matters. And then they attach here the contact me. So one of the most challenging aspect on what we have right now on our present situation is basically on the communication on how we can contact our learners, especially with the present pandemic that we are having. So I decided to look for a platform that can cater from different types of applications or different types of software that can be used in probably communicating to our learners. So one of them is the Discord. It's like a messaging app, but of course the advantage of using Discord is you can create your own server. You can manage your own server. So one of the advantage here is you can moderate, no? You can even lock a specific room. You can lock a specific channel. So example right here, I do have an announcement. No, these are channels. All of these are channels. I do have an announcement right here wherein ako lang yung may access nito. All of the announcement I can pin down right here. Kasi in some of those messaging app that we have, example, if you do have 60 to 50 students, and then you are requiring them to send a message or post a message in that application, most likely yung announcement mo is mawawala. In the announcement, the advantage of using platform is you can pin down all those important messages also, just like our LMS. And I do have here some of these former students, that I have. They are already present right here. I created a lounge, wherein they can talk anything they like, and they can say hello to each other. And then I do have also what we call rooms, So for multimedia system, this one, the CPE 710, so I created a specific room for them. So basically, when I created an invite, you will be redirected to this room. It's like our virtual room, for every classes that I have. So just like I said, I have like 4 classes for this semester. So I created 4 rooms, not yet populated since the semesters magsisimula pa lang. And then also, I have here a voice channel. So it's like a chat room. At the same time, they can talk to me online using video. We can video chat at each other. And I can also create a channel or a room wherein I can attach my IMs, all my instructional materials. It could be in a form of a PDF, a digital, or videos, just like what I have right here. So this is one of the most powerful, I guess, messaging app that I've known. So this is Discord. Another thing is I created a consultation room. At the same time, ito rin ginagamit ko for online meetings, using Google Meet. So every Wednesday, ino-open ko siya. So anytime that they would like to talk to me online, they can come here and then talk to me online. So basically, we can talk on their online projects that they have using Google Meet. So every Wednesday from 10 to 12 p.m., this channel is always open for them, so they can come in and talk to me online. I do also have my own FB page. they can contact me through my FB page. This is my FB page, no? So they can also come here and send a message to me. And I also do have my own website, no? So they can come here also to, if they have any question or queries, they can post it right here on my website. So yun. And then I have here like a request. This is more like a request, no? Since most likely our student will be learning at home. So yun, I created this one. Let me see home learning photos. So this request is needed for documentation. Since this will be a full online course, ideally these photos are, so these are selfies or someone taking a photo of you while you are studying using your cell phone, laptops, and desktop. So yun, a minimum, I'm asking for a minimum of 2 captured photo in action. So they need to at least send a photo while they are home learning. And then this is my online project. I also included it right here. So yun, this is the project guideline. So basically, they will create a multimedia presentation, no? And I listed here some of the topics that they can choose to. I even also include here some of the samples of multimedia presentation or projects. It could be a walkthrough of let's say on how to, it's like how-to's videos, you can create that one. So these are some of those videos, no, na pwede nilang tingnan so that they can grasp better on probably anong gagawin nila for their online projects. Yun. I even discuss here the multimedia research topics and projects. And then I included also right here the rubrics. They can download this one for offline viewing. So these are the rubrics for multimedia presentation. So they will be creating like a short clip, no? So that's why I also created a chat room using Google Meet, because most likely they will ask question. So ang laki ng gamit ng Google Meet for online consultation, especially for their projects. So yun. So okay, let's go to the content of my module 1. So basically, this is my module 1. This is the topics, multimedia and hypermedia, the World Wide Web, multimedia and software tools. Right here, I also included some of my resources, including a book reading. In my book reading, I included some of the readings coming from my references. So basically, they can read this one for further enhancing their technical understanding on multimedia system. And right here, I included my lessons. So basically, what I have right here is the same on my lecture modules. No? Kung anong nandito sa discussion, anong nandito sa discussion, yun din yung content sa lessons. And then, of course, one of the advantage of using this LMS is you can create breadcrumbs on the lesson section. You can guide your learners kung saan siya mag-click sunod. Kasunod nun. Yun. And this is the lecture media module, the same na content na meron dito. Same also. And then the assignment. So basically, they can also opt to answer their assignment right here, no, on the LMS. And I'm also sending this LMS in a printed module through our linkages on our local LGUs. So, okay, I also created a discussion page or discussion room right here. They can create topics based on the modules that we have, and also I do have a module survey here. So the primary purpose of module survey is to evaluate the students' experience of the module and probably to engage in a process of continuous improvement. So yun, basically that's all the content on my LMS. Throughout my modules in my entire LMS have the same flow, no, in delivering the instructional materials to our learners. So thank you so much for listening to me, and see you online. Thank you and have a good day.
Now we proceed to the for the field in teacher education. We have two presenters from Leyte Normal University, Dr. Robert G. Pianyar and Ms. Saibel Krisha Ledesma.
Hello everyone, how are you? I hope that you are safe amid the COVID-19 pandemic, and I also hope that you are doing fine while you are learning at your own comfort. Welcome to Leyte Normal University Learning Management System, an online normalista education platform. I am Mr. Robert G. L. Pianyar, a faculty member of the Languages and Literature Unit of Leyte Normal University. Today, I would be demonstrating to you a learning plan in a course module using Moodle. The lesson that I'd be demonstrating to you is taken from the course Teaching and Assessment of Grammar. This time, I'd be showing to you the environment of the LNU LMS. You would see the course information. The course is Teaching and Assessment of Grammar, a 3-unit course coded EL or English Language 105 with the prerequisite course of Structure of English. This is offered to second-year pre-service English teachers in the university, or also known as English majors in LNU. This is also offered in every first semester of the academic year. Furthermore, you would see the Module 1 overview. Let's get started. That contains the pretest. the key terms, and the learning plan that consists remember and relate, think and reflect, engage and discuss, on the spotlight, let us explore more, think beyond, and our references. Let's get to know the overview of the first module. Herein, you would be able to read the module title and description. You'd also be able to know how you will be guided by the module through the module guide. Of course, the module outcomes and your module requirements. In the module title and description, error corrective feedback in grammar teaching is the first module of the course, Teaching and Assessment of Grammar. It will introduce you to the fundamental concepts of correcting errors and giving feedback in an English as a second language or ESL teaching and learning setting. In this module, we will look closely at various strategies for correcting students' grammar error in the classroom while considering many teaching learning factors. On the professional level, it will prepare you as a future ESL teacher in deciding which mechanism or feedback works to optimize the student's opportunity to learn and use the target language or TL with communicative competence. Hence, the end goal of this module is for you to apply these useful concepts in a 21st century English language teaching ELT classroom. It is expected of you that at the end of the module, you will be able to 1. Distinguish different students' errors in language production in classroom settings vis-a-vis their impact to communicative competence. 2. Describe why students make errors in language production. 3. Discuss various error corrective feedback strategies that may apply in specific classroom scenarios. And the 4th one, apply error corrective feedback strategies in L2 grammar teaching episodes. For your module requirements, Module 1 activities are listed below, followed by the estimated time allotment for each activity. We have also suggested specific days when to finish each activity. These guidelines will help you finish all activities by the end of week 1. Let's take a closer look at them. First, you have to take the pre-test. Second, you have to respond to a Mentimeter survey on error corrections and their impact to learning English. Next is you have to write and post your personal error correction experiences in the discussion forum. You also have to write and post your reflection on the questions about error correction experiences in the discussion forum. For the 5th activity, you have to read about errors in language production and error corrective feedback strategies that may work for the students, and or you have to watch the video discussion as regards the following. Then you have to watch the video demonstrations or read the transcript about error corrective feedback strategies. Then you have to participate in a live webinar on when, how, and why do we correct grammar errors? A qualitative inquiry from the field. You have to analyze different classroom situations that prompt teachers' error corrective feedback strategies through a reaction video for your 9th learning activity. For your 10th task, you have to come up with an excerpt that shows an application of an error corrective feedback strategy on a particular classroom scenario. And for the last activity, you have to write a reflective essay or make a video recording on what you learned in the module. Let's get started. Before you begin your journey in this module, let us try to evaluate what you know about error correction and giving feedback in grammar teaching. Here, we will look into your conscious observations while you are learning English or any other languages and how you have received error corrective feedback from your previous teachers. You have to answer the following questions as asked in each item. So there are 5 questions in the pretest composed of 3 multiple choice test items and 2 true or false items. We have also provided you the key terms, so as you navigate the modules, which will aid your comprehension in the different learning activities, such as communicative competence, error, error corrective feedback, ESL or English as a second language, ESL teaching, grammar, grammar instruction or grammar teaching, and target language. So these terms or words are frequently used in the discussion. Alright, let's start through remembering and relating. In this task, recall how you, as an ESL student, received and experienced grammar error correction from your previous English teachers. Then, tell us how it affected your attitude and motivation of learning the English language. So your personal experiences with being corrected may have a significant impact on your communicative competence. So I want you to go to this link. So click this link and answer what is asked. First, you have to write the error correction strategy or strategies used by your English teacher. For example, you may write there, correcting me, or the teacher is correcting me after I commit or make an error. And then in the second survey question, you have to write the effect of the error correction to your attitude and motivation of learning the English language. For example, I was not motivated anymore to learn the English language because I was corrected in front of the class. Alright, so go to mentimeter.com and answer the survey questions. Alright, let's see how many of you has responded already. I see 4 people who have responded here. Let's read this one. Whenever we commit an error in the use of the English language in any activity, so our teacher writes it on her notebook. And in the end of our presentations, she would address those errors to the entire class. Okay, great reflection. Let's read this second response. My English teachers used various error correction techniques, that is explicit and recast. These were delivered immediately since they are more concerned on accuracy. Thank you for your response. How about this one? The teacher asks me to repeat my answer with the part that has an error. Alright, great reflection as well. How about this one? My teacher would sometimes tell me the correct word or correct way of applying the grammar grammar rule. Alright, let's go to the next question. What is the effect of those error correction strategy or technique of your English teacher to your attitude and motivation of learning the English language? So I can see 3 responses here. Let's read this one. My teacher giving feedback helped me to correctly apply the rules in English grammar. Thank you so much for your response. How about this one? I was motivated because this time I could already no, I already know how to correctly apply the rules. All right. So keep them coming so that, or keep your responses coming so that your classmates will be able to read them, and so that you're able to compose your reflection in the next task. Alright, after completing the activity and responding to the Mentimeter survey questions, discuss in the forum how you felt about these experiences. Well, your experiences. So you have to use these sentence starters to share with your classmates. So I want you to click in the discussion forum, this part. Alright, discuss your experiences on error correction using any of the following sentence starters. First, when the teacher corrected my spoken language, I felt that. Alright, next is when my classmates corrected my errors in the classroom, I felt that. The most useful error correction strategy for me was when, okay, because, right, so you have to complete that. Post them here so we can read your reflections, at the same time comment and make further discussions about your experiences. Now, from the responses of your classmates and your own experiences, reflect on the following questions. In 2 to 3 sentences per question, write your answers on the discussion forum. And this time, you have to comment or you have to respond to at least one post of your classmate. So click on this, task prompt in the discussion forum, which says in 2 to 3 sentences, so you have to write 2 to 3 sentences per question in the discussion forum. The first question is, did the error or errors affect communication? So you have to explain why. Why do you think did you or your classmate or classmates commit error? And the last question, do most students commit these errors? You have to elaborate the reasons. So post them here in the discussion forum, and again, do not forget to comment on at least one post of your classmates so that we can see how you differ your answers and interact with each other. So you have learned in the second language acquisition and learning course that ESL speakers' utterances will neither be identical to those produced by the native speakers of the target language, nor will they be exact translations from the native language of the learners. Rather, a new separate system will develop with its own language rules, and we call this process as interlanguage. So you see on your screen a schema showing the interfacing of L1 and L2 known as interlanguage, as discussed by Selinker. But in this module, we will only take note interlanguage as one of the factors that contribute to error production. So in ESL teaching, the mode of instruction is highly observable and it's different from native language teaching, according to Celce Marcia. Consequently, an ESL teacher follows a mode in addressing language errors of the students in the classroom. That is why, in the next task, we will define students' errors, describe why students make errors in language production, discuss the process of correcting errors in the classroom, get to know the research-based error corrective feedback strategies, and of course, discuss which among these strategies may work for your respective students when you teach in the field. There is also a video discussion that you can watch after you read about what error corrected feedback is. So in the first subheading, you'd be learning about error in students' language production. Well, we'll define what an error is. Here, Ellis defines an error in language as a deviation from its norm or rule or pattern due to a gap in knowledge. In L2 acquisition, errors are produced because students do not know what is the correct form of the language. This also happens when a student can hardly correct himself or herself because of the lack of knowledge on grammar. In the next subheading, you will learn the reasons why students make errors in language production. So there are 4 reasons stated here based on research-based principles and practices. And then, what is error corrective feedback in grammar teaching? As defined by Ellis, Lowen, and Earlham. That is the process of correcting students' errors in grammar teaching. And then the categories of responses according to their study. Alright, so at the end of that discussion, you will watch a video about error, why students make error or errors in an ESL classroom, and the process of correcting that a teacher implements or uses in the classroom.
Hello, Normalista. How are you? I hope that you are doing fine while you are learning at your own comfort. This time, we will be talking about errors that students make when producing the target language. Say, for example, the English language, the reasons why students have these errors, and the process that the teacher implements or employs in the classroom so that these errors are managed, treated, or corrected. Shift in language teaching from behaviorism to cognitivism and nativism, most language experts, language teachers, academicians in the field, and research scholars would agree that correcting grammar errors should be done in the most natural, the most communicative, and in the most scaffolding process in as much as possible. The most knowledgeable other, the English teacher is responsible in guiding the students process their errors without compromising these teaching learning factors such as affective filter, motivation, attitude, self-image, among others. So specifically, the English teacher should be able to identify the error that a student makes and should quickly decide how to treat these errors. Now, considering the fact Rod Ellis in 1994 defined an error in language production as a deviation from any norm or rule due to a gap in knowledge. So in L2 acquisition, that we should consider as we discuss error corrective feedback is, should teachers correct errors all the time? Some experts would say no. If some experts in the field suggest that we should not correct every grammar error of students all the time, then when should we correct errors? This time, Edge in 1989 reminds us on the importance of correcting errors and giving context-specific feedback. He further believes that the process of language learning and discourages language is interfering an attempt to produce the second language, or L2. One way to see that L1 is obviously affecting L2 production is through the manifestation of the errors in small to large utterances. We can say that the errors in L2 are induced by L1 due to cross-linguistic influence. Therefore, L1 is observed to be an interfering factor, especially if the target language, say for example English, is not predominantly used in communicative settings. The second reason could be language transfer. In addition to the first reason, a language or languages that a student already knows may have a significant impact on the way he or she acquires and learns a new language. This concept is called language transfer. For example, now you will notice a native Waray student brings a strong accent of Waray when he or she speaks in English. This is because the student unconsciously transfers the nativeness of his or her speech, which is the native features of Waray, to the English language. That it is mainly the job of the teacher to help the students while they struggle to produce the language. He said that if the students cannot correct their errors because they are not aware of the correct grammar forms, the teacher has to be there, ready to help the students. So they use the mental in nature by we have to remind that correcting grammar errors is a teacher and student effort. So we have to remember that students' errors in the learning process are natural and inevitable. However, these errors are developmental in nature. By or through time, students will be able to overcome these errors with the help of the teacher, with the help of their peers or fellow students, and of course, the help of their own selves. Hence, they will not commit these errors again. Furthermore, we have to take note that no matter how much a teacher corrects, students' errors, if the students are not ready yet for the correction, the same errors will still persist. So this can actually be explained by language acquisition.
All right, this time, you would know about the strategies in giving oral corrected feedback to students' errors. So there are various strategies that we have identified based on the studies of the Yentedix together with Barbara Di Gortari on their research on error correction and implications for classroom teaching, and also the work of Rod Ellis, Sean Lowen, and Rosemary Erlam on implicit and explicit corrective feedback and the acquisition of L2 grammar. So from these studies, we identified in our discussion 6 error correction feedback strategies. These are explicit correction, metalinguistic feedback, recast or recasts, clarification requests, elicitation, and repetition. Let us look at them more closely and observe the communication exchange between a student and a teacher in the following discussion and in the video demonstrations. So note this time how the teacher addresses the error so that the student becomes aware of his or her error. First is explicit correction. This corrected feedback requires the teacher to be competent in the target language. So in this technique, or strategy, the teacher has to directly inform the student that he or she has made or committed a grammar error, and it has to be immediately corrected, the said error. That is why this type of correction is called explicit or direct feedbacking. So you're provided with an example, an excerpt that shows teacher and student exchange.
Tell me something about your classmate. Yes, Dean?
Carlo, speak waray.
Dean, it speaks, not speak.
Ah, yes ma'am. Carlo speaks waray.
Right. The next type is metalinguistic feedback. So using this technique, the teacher does not automatically correct the error of the student. However, he or she prompts questions which leads to an explanation as to why the language is considered a grammar error. Likewise, an excerpt between a teacher and a student is given as an example, and there is a video demonstration for your reference.
Tell me something about your classmate. Yes, Dean?
Carlo, speak waray.
Should it be speak, Dean? Carlo is third person singular.
Ah, yes ma'am. Carlo speaks waray.
Yes, Dean. Correct.
Then after the two types, we have a processing discussion saying that these two first two types are examples of explicit correction. So the teacher offers a way to correct the errors by recalling the set of rules in grammar. However, Ellis, Lowen, and Earlham revealed that explicit correction through metalinguistic cues and explanation raises consciousness of grammar forms that promotes learning. The third type is a recast. The definition is given, and then an example is also given.
Tell me something about your classmate. Yes, Dean?
Carlo, speak waray.
Yes, Carlo speaks Waray and Cebuano.
After that is a processing discussion that talks about recast as an implicit form of corrected feedback. This is different from the first two because recast is implicit, meaning indirect, and explicit and explicit correction and metalinguistic cues or feedback are examples of explicit correction. Then we have clarification requests. Similarly, you have the definition, an example, and a video demonstration.
Tell me something about your classmate. Yes, Dean?
Carlo, speak waray.
Excuse me, Dean? Did you say speak?
Ah, yes ma'am. Carlo speaks waray.
Okay, the fifth one is elicitation. You have there the definition, then an example, and then a video demonstration.
Tell me something about your classmate. Yes, Dean?
Carlo, speak waray.
Okay. Could you say it again?
Ah, yes ma'am. Carlo speaks waray.
The last one is repetition. The definition is stated and the examples. An example showing a teacher and student exchange is also given.
Tell me something about your classmate. Yes, Dean?
Carlo, speak waray.
Carlo speak waray?
Ah, yes ma'am. Carlo speaks waray.
Okay, and at the end there is a concluding discussion about error that the students produce in the target language. After reading the discussion and watching the video demonstrations, you have to take the short quiz to assess how far you have learned the fundamental concepts on error corrective feedback. So there are 10 items and each item is scored 1 point. There are 10 questions, and these are the following questions. The questions are formulated in a multiple choice test form. Alright, for the next activity, you are going to participate in a live webinar, which will feature a research presentation on when, how, and why do we correct errors, a qualitative inquiry from the field, by Mr. Dean Carl Villacorte, a faculty member of the Languages and Literature Unit. So this will be held on August 12, Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. via Moodle webinar room using the Google Meet. So the Google link is attached here. So you just have to click and it will directly guide you to the Meet room. And then the meeting link is also sent to your Gmail accounts for your reference. After the talk will be a socialized discussion, so you are required to share your insights about the talk, ask a question related to the talk. For example, you may ask a question to the resource person, like what error correction techniques would work for the ESL learners, what error corrections maybe would not work for ESL learners, and the reasons. Or you may answer questions for your classmates. However, if you are unable to go online to participate in the webinar, the session will be recorded, so don't worry because this will be uploaded in the Moodle. You can watch it anytime within the required duration to finish that activity. You can also share your insights about the talk and answer questions of your classmates by posting in the discussion forum. You will still receive your score in the activity afterwards. Your participation, such as your responses, will be graded using the rubric below, so use this one as a guide in obtaining the highest possible score. Alright, again, do not forget on Wednesday, August 12, 2020 from 9 to 10 a.m. our live webinar. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our live webinar, which will feature a qualitative study on when, how, and why do we correct error by Mr. Dean Carl P. Villacorte, a faculty member of the Languages and Literature Unit of Leyte Normal University. He is also an American English e-teacher program alumnus. My students, please welcome Mr. Dean Carl P. Villacorte. Sir Dean?
Sir Robert, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please continue. You may now start your discussion.
Okay, so hi, thank you for joining me in this webinar. I hope that I'll be able to impart supplemental learning to you future English teachers through this research project. So this paper was made possible through the mentoring of Dr. Lassie Hansen Kalpisa. Okay, so to start, we know that errors are a naturally occurring part of learning. It is evidence of students' attempt towards betterment and learning. Over time, there have been several strategies made to employ in order to deal with the erroneous productions of students. Two of the most common are explicit and implicit oral corrective feedback. With other studies strengthening its applicability, the studies, however, do not provide a section to the teacher's professional or empirical decisions before correcting the error. Ergo, when do we consider an error as an error? So this is where my paper falls in. So this paper tries to address the gap by delving on the possible considerations an English teacher have before acting upon an error. So here, uh, Fauziati is saying that errors are in the learning process are natural and inevitable. So they should be seen as the student's attempt to apply a particular grammatical rule or phonetic rule, uh, not rather, not as inefficiency or inadequacy in the student's part. As I mentioned earlier, there are two most common OCF or oral corrective feedback employed by teachers, as may be found in the following researches. So we have explicit corrective feedback and implicit corrective feedback. So when we talk about explicit corrective feedback, we talk about the direct correction of the students. So you correct the students. You tell them they're wrong, and you could provide them the correct way of saying it or the correct grammatical rule. When we talk about implicit corrective feedback, we talk about a subtle way of dealing with these errors. So you let the students discover the mistake on their own using their monitor hypothesis may have been posited by crashing. Then we also have, according to Rahimi, Desjardins, and Dabagi, we have immediate and delayed corrective feedback. So it depends upon the teacher's consideration when to use immediate and when to use delayed corrective feedback because they both have advantages and disadvantages. And of course, this paper was also conceived in the context of the advent of Philippine English as a legitimate variety of English. So, according to the Makulangan in her paper published in 2018, there should be a raising of awareness and celebration of our own kind of English. So, it poses a problem to us English teachers as to in the advent of Philippine English, when do we consider an error, an erroneous production as an error?
All right, thank you very much, Sir Dean, for sharing and imparting your expertise on error corrective feedback strategies through your research. Your passion and your generosity are really appreciated by our students. Thank you very much also to my students for participating. We will be seeing each other in the next task. Thank you very much and God bless us all. In the next activity, you will have the opportunity to discuss the reasons why you would choose one type of an error corrective feedback strategy or technique over another. So in this task, you will make a reaction video on 2 out of the 5 picto demonstrations. In case you cannot accomplish the task in video form, you may opt to voice record your output. So the pictures below are the pictures below show the situation that you have to analyze and answer or make a reaction using the following questions. So these are the situations. Situation 1, the teacher is doing a grammar drill to practice the present perfect tense. The teacher asked, have you ever been to the beach? The student responded, I went to the beach on Boracay last year. Situation 2. The teacher is doing a warm-up activity in his or her class about family and relatives. The teacher asked, "How is your grandparent doing?" Then the student responded, "My grandfather is 70. You have also situation 3, situation 4, and situation 5. Now, these pictures can also be downloaded in this link. Just have to click that folder and then download the picture that you're going to choose for your reaction video. So again, you have to analyze the chosen classroom situations in the pictures and answer the following questions in your reaction video. First, if you were the teacher, how would you respond to the student who commits an error? Second, would you correct the error? Why or why not? Third, when would you correct the error? And the fourth one, how would you correct the error without offending the student? Once you are done, submit your reaction video to your instructor's Gmail account, rob_pnr@lnu.edu.ph. You can also watch a sample reaction video attached in this page or in this Moodle as your guide. If you have questions, feel free to drop a message in the chat room so that we can know how we can address your concerns in accomplishing the task. So your activity, that is your reaction video, will be rated using the following rubric. So use this rubric as your guide in obtaining the highest possible score. The next activity is a reinforcement activity. As you begin to fully understand the appropriate pedagogical approaches in correcting grammar errors among students, we want you to assume the role of a teacher. Based on the situation below, come up with an excerpt that shows an exchange between you as a teacher and a student. You must be able to show how you address the error so that the student becomes aware of his or her error that will lead to natural correction. So you have to place your answer in the excerpt format below in a Microsoft Word file with a file name, your name, for example, Ronron Aruta, dash and excerpt. Again, your name dash excerpt. And upload your Word file copy here in this assignment section of the Moodle. So the situation is a class of a first-year junior high school students. Students are looking at the map of the Philippines. The teacher begins asking, "Where can you find Leyte? What do you know about that place and its people?" And this is how the student responds. Below some are teacher. Taclobanon are very happy people. They like festivals in streets and they sell delicious moron from towns. You will also see the rubric attached in your page as your guide in obtaining the highest possible score. So post that one in this assignment section of your Moodle page. For the last activity, you have to accomplish this assignment that you will only submit to your instructor through his Gmail account, rob_pnr@lnu.edu.ph. It will not, however, be available for the whole class to read or watch because it is your personal reflection about your learnings in the module. For this assignment, write at least 3 paragraphs, or another option, make a 2 to 3 minute video recording on what you learned about correcting errors and giving feedback in an ESL context. In the video, do not forget to mention your name and program, year, and section. You can talk about the different error correction techniques that teachers use in various classroom scenarios as you have reflected in our discussion and so you have attended in the live webinar, and how they impact And the end, communicative competence. You may cite practical experiences as well to illustrate examples. Do not forget that you have to acknowledge your references if there is any in your reflection paper or video recording. Your reflective essay or video recording will be graded using the rubric below. So use this one as your guide in obtaining the highest possible score. These are your suggested readings, so you may visit and read the following articles to further inform you, orient you about error corrective feedback strategies. These are our references and resources. You may also download the PDF of the entire module, Module 1, Error Corrective Feedback in Grammar Teaching, if you want to read the learning activities, especially the engage and discussion part. If you want to read the learning activities likewise offline, however, you have to go back to and sign in your Moodle account to finish all the expected outputs. So click this open sharing link to download the PDF material of the module. Alright, that ends my demonstration. On behalf of Leyte Normal University, this has been Mr. Robert G. L. Pianyar, a faculty member of the Languages and Literature Unit, saying thank you very much for your engagement. I hope that our preparations will become meaningful and significant so that we will become hashtag new normal ready come the new academic year. Thank you very much and God bless us all.
So that was the presentation of Mr. Robert G. Pianyar from Leyte Normal University. Still, the next presentation would still be in the field of teacher education from Southern Leyte State University, Ms. Cybele Krisha G. Ledesma.
Good day, everyone. I am Ms. Cybele Krisha Gabriela Ledesma, and on behalf of Southern Leyte State University, I will be presenting to you my module on contemporary and popular emergent literature, which will be offered for the first semester of this academic year. So here in this course, the students will be acquainted with the different literary works that fall within the contemporary period up until today. So, to make it easier for the students, the literary works will be explored by genres. Basically, this course has 4 modules, but I will be showing you module 2. First, I have here the raw file of my module, and this is how it looks like in its original version, and it's just a simple PDF file. The module, of course, is based on the core syllabus. Now for this module, Our aim is to let students analyze the historical, social, political, and literary dynamics which foster the development of a specific genre. Let us just scan this quickly for you to see its original layout. Now here we have Moodle with our course, Contemporary and Popular Emergent Literature. First, I provided the students with a quick course overview so they know what the course is about, its description, and its outcomes. In this part here, we have the forum section. This is where I will post any updates or announcements regarding the course, like posting a scheduled forum so the students know when to log into Moodle for an online discussion. I have also provided them with my contact details so they can contact me anytime for their queries or concerns. As much as possible, we have to make sure that the layout is clean so the students won't find it disturbing or messy. I provided them with a module guide to help them navigate the course on Moodle. Since some of our students are visual learners, I added a video clip to help them be engaged with the module more. Here I have uploaded a sample pre-test where the students' scores are reflected directly after they submit their answers. Moving on to the actual module, you can observe that there are prefatory photos and headings to make the layout more professional. We have here a quick introduction and the ILO for this module. Like I aforementioned, I will show you Module 2 of this course. I have separated the activities and topics into different sections because I wanted to apply restriction access in each sections. This is to ensure that the students do not skip lessons or activities. Thus, due to the restriction access, they have no choice but to follow the arrangement. Here we can make sure that even though this is self-paced, our lesson still follows the natural flow like what we do in classrooms. Since our ILO states that students are expected to analyze a literary work's historical, social, political, and literary dynamics which foster its development as a genre or theme, we have to make sure we achieve this even when the module is self-paced. What I did was provide them a scene from a movie adaptation of a classic and ask them to describe the scene. Guide questions are provided for them to answer, but as they finish their attempt, an explanation is supplied for them. That even when I'm not physically around them, still I have provided them clarifications, just like when I'm conversing with them in class. In the next section, we have here the content. In my original file, I presented this through a matrix. Now, there might be cases when the students have limited access and might find it hard to download files. So instead of simply uploading the file with a matrix, I generated a book format here in Moodle where students can easily flip through its pages back and forth. I even inserted a video link from YouTube for them to easily understand the topic.
You know that moment when you're watching a movie and it's been really captivating?
Lubot ka na?
Now, in a normal class, we basically give students activities to enable or guide them achieve our ILO. Thus, here we have enabling activities to help them engage with the topic more. First, I provide them a literary work, The Walking Dead by Robert Kirkman. I gave them guide questions, which I provide the answers to. Because here we want to guide them produce answers, especially on how to analyze a piece's historical, socio-political, and literary dynamics, which might have helped foster its development as a genre. A link is provided where they can view on a different window the comics panel of Kirkman's The Walking Dead. Like the pre-lesson activity, clarifications are provided so students can review their answers. Once done, the student may proceed to the next enabling activity, and the same guide questions are given which the student himself needs to answer on his own. Now we provide the student with questions to steer their literary hearts and minds as they track towards the end of the module. Lastly, this is now the part where we grade the students and identify whether or not they have actually learned something from the lesson. In this part here, they themselves look for a literary piece that flourished within the contemporary period until today and analyze its historical, socio-political, and literary dynamics that help foster its development as a genre. Now we have the file sent by the student. We will rate this according to the rubrics that we set in Moodle. It is easier to track the student's progress in Moodle. In cases where you find out that a student was not able to complete an activity, as can be seen in the completion tracker, we can easily chat the student to ask him his current status or the difficulties he met as he scanned through the module online. Of course, we need to provide the reference list in case the students want to explore or research about the topic more. Lastly, the student has to answer the post-test that we provided, which is obviously inaccessible if the student did not complete the previous activities. There you have it, a showcase of a self-developed module in an online class. In this case, the LMS Moodle. Thank you, and once again, this is Saibo Krija Ledesma from Southern Leyte State University.
Thank you so much, Ms. Saibo Krija Ledesma. Again, reminding all our dear participants to switch off your microphone so as not to distract the presentations. Thank you so much. Now let's proceed for the social sciences, humanities, and communication. Please welcome the presentation of Dr. Christopher A. Duran from Eastern-Visayas State University.
Okay, good morning. I am Dr. Christopher A. Duran from the Eastern-Visayas State University, and today I will be demonstrating an online teaching of the first lesson of purposive communication using Aradman, the online learning management system of ESSU. Now, going back to our orientation last time, the students were able to grasp the different topics, the requirements, the competencies that would be obtained after the semester. And also part of this orientation was on the use of Aradman. So I'd like to see whether our students are already, we have already online students now. So we have two, and I believe the other students are on their way to add themselves here in our platform. So we will be using Aradman for the different exercises, and also for the module for the first lesson. They could access the document inside our platform, our LMS. So these will be the different activities that our students will be having for accomplished for this first lesson. Now, so for the objectives of today's lesson, we would like to have the students describe the nature describe the nature and the elements of communication in various communicative situations, and also identify the functions of verbal and non-verbal communications. So let's start. Okay, so I have here an infographic of a very common information that we have been hearing, reading, and we've been following from the past 5 months or 3 for this pandemic. So as you can see, here is an infographics for preparing for COVID-19 with somebody who has like this kind of disease of the HIV. So this is an important material, and I'd like my students to check up on this activity. Okay, so we have questions. So out of this infographic, I'd like the students to answer these questions using our platform Aradman. So we have the questions: what is the message all about? To whom is this message addressed? Number 3, where can we see this infographics? 4, is the infographic clear and easy to be understood? 5, why is this message important to be sent? And 6, what could happen if people will not receive such important reminders? So this is an infographic coming from the avert.org. So in the Aradman, so we have here the activity. So we would like to request the students to access this part of the activity under Aradman. So those are the questions that they have to be answered, and I'll give them 5 minutes to accomplish the material. Did you have common answers with your classmates, or perhaps you could chat on the chat box your queries, or you're sharing every answers, so that we could see with your other classmates your different answers, or if there are like similar answers. So this infographic is just one of the many ways the health experts and government officials can reach people to be informed of the health guidelines and be convinced to stay at home and to stay healthy. Okay, so those questions, I mean, and then those the infographics that we have seen is a particular example of reaching out to people, and that reaching out to people is an example of communication. So everything we do, and everything that the world has, is circled with communication. All right, so what is communication? So this question would be perhaps the basic, the anchoring question from this day towards our semester, towards the different lessons that we'll be having in this entire semester. So what is communication? How is communication important for you, students? What are some factors to be considered when we communicate? And why should we learn to communicate properly? So all of these questions will be answered as we interact in the first lesson of this course. So let's come first to the components of communication. So in the process, we have these different components. So we go back to the infographics. So who do you think is the source, or what is the source, or who is the sender, what is the message, who is the recipient? So these are the different components that we might of course, we would be acknowledging in every communication situation. So first is the sender. So if we say sender, he is the initiator and the person responsible for the success of the communication process. Okay, so the experiences, the attitudes, knowledge, skill, perception, and culture influence the message sent by the sender. So in the infographic, so we would note that the sender is, yes, that is of course the health experts or the medical experts. So they are the ones who have sent or have created the infographics and posted it on social media or on their official website. So first component is the sender. Then we have the receiver. Of course, if we say receiver, the person who is the recipient, okay, to whom the message is directed. So the extent to which this person comprehends the message is dependent on several factors, such as the level of the know-how about the topic, the receptivity of the message, and the level of relationship anchored with the trust existing between the receiver and the sender. So whatever stance or the knowledge or the experiences or even the attitude of the receiver would influence, okay, the receiver's way and degree of reception of the message. Next is the message. So one of the questions in our activity a while ago was, what is the message? So if we talk of the message, that's considered as the heart of the communication. It is the information translated through symbols which can take on numerous forms such as languages, words, or gestures. So even a mere gesture could be already a good message, or even a silence could be already a good message. So these symbols are used to encode ideas into messages that are understood by co-communicators. Another is the channel. So what was the channel? So perhaps if we talk about channel in our activity, that would refer to the infographics, okay, or the social media with which this infographics was posted. Okay, so channel is the means as to how the message is conveyed. Most channels are either oral or written, but currently visual channels are becoming more popularly used because, you know, social media, internet. So most channels are now visuals. Okay, but if it's like a multimodal, we can have both audio visual as the channels. So in our activity a while ago, the infographics was sent through a social media platform, okay, or a website, the official website of the organization. Okay, so as I've said, common channels would be of telephone, emails, and the written formats like memoranda, letters, print ads, and of course the social media. And social media is the new form of channel. So we could sense now in this time of the new normal, most of our platforms are social media, and that is one new channel in communication. Feedback is important. Now, in the activity, how would you, what would be a good feedback out of reading or seeing an infographic like that, the one we had a while ago? So if we talk of feedback, that would refer to a reply, a response, or a reaction. Okay, so a reply, these three are different in perspective. Okay, this is the final link in the chain of the communication process. After receiving the message, the receiver responds in some ways and signals that response back to the sender. So these are the different components of the communication process: the sender, the receiver, the message, channels, and the feedback. Now we come now to another part of the nature of communication. So we have here 4 different pictures in our slide. So what can you say? Okay, so you would notice, yes. Okay, you could shout you could message, you could have your answers on our chat box in our Aradman. So we could access the Aradman for that one. So we could see different contexts of communication. All right. So one is first on the upper left side, we have a person doing solo in a communication process. Is it probable? Is it possible to have a self-communication activity? Of course there is. And the other one we could see, yes, we have two personas in our illustration, and we have also another illustration at the bottom, which a person or a man is using technology in communication, while the last is a sender giving his message to a couple of receivers. So these are 4 different contexts of communication. So the first one, we call it the intrapersonal. Okay. The second is the interpersonal. We have the mass and the public communication. So interpersonal, as I've said, is possible. That's talking to yourself, or even thinking, or even just feelings or emotions. So probably you are talking to your brain and yourself, of course. So this is an intrapersonal. And the interpersonal is talking to another person aside from yourself. Okay, so there are 2 kinds of interpersonal. That is, one is dyadic. So dyad, that's 2. So 1 sender and 1 receiver. Or you could have a small group communication. That's under interpersonal. So that could be a few members talking, interacting. Okay, so everyone is sender, everyone is a receiver in the context. So dyadic and small group are examples of interpersonal communication. Public, let's go first to the public. Public communication is different with mass. Let's talk about their similarity first. Similarities, number 1 is they have a variety of or a multitude of receivers. Okay, it could reach more than as many as you could imagine. Okay, what is the difference between the 2 is that in public you could visibly see, you could actually see in flesh your receivers, while in mass, yes, that is correct. In mass communication, you are seeing, or the sender is just talking perhaps on a particular channel. Could it be a visual or an audio channel, and the receivers tend to see the sender not in flesh or not in person. Okay, so this is a kind of context of communication. So mass communication and public communication. Okay. So the activity that you have had, the reading or viewing of the infographics, is what type of context in communication? Is it interpersonal, mass, or public? So it's not intra for sure. Okay, it's a mass communication. It's mass because we are using social media, we are using technology to deliver the message, okay, to a variety of receivers or recipient. Okay, I'd like to have a practice exercise in our Aradman. So may I invite students to please click practice exercise 1. So I have here, for example, so I have now here the instructions. So identify the following situations if their type of communication context portrayed is interpersonal, dyadic, small group, public, or mass communication. So I hope I could see one preview. Okay, so for students, I can give you like 5 minutes to answer. So I have mentioned their situations, like for number 1. Okay, so just click your choice and go to the next item until you finish the entire activity. So let us see how many of you got the correct answer. Okay, So how many got a perfect answer or a perfect score? All right. So in fairness to this context, there could be instances that 1, 2, or 3 could overlap from the other. Okay, so that is dependent on the situation portrayed in the communication process. Okay, that one. So I hope we were able to get the different questions and you're able to get a good score from the practice exercise. Now another part of the nature of communication is verbal communication versus non-verbal communication. So these two are the elements in communication. So of course, if we talk of verbal communication, that means verbos or words. We use meaningful language in communicating. Okay, so when using verbal or lexical communication, one should try choosing words carefully in advance to be able to make the right impression. So take note of that, dear students. The use of right words is significant in enhancing the message or even making oneself understood. Okay, so one, of course, is, as we say, words as verbal. By the way, if we talk of verbal communication, it refers to either spoken or written communication. Okay, so words are unique, meaningful component of speech. Words may be used alone or with others to form a sentence. Okay, so I hope that as college students, you're able to really, hone or mold or have been molded by your teachers way back in elementary and high school as to the use of words, of course, with our subject in English. Now let's try to, the second is, of course, we have the parts of the words. Okay, so these parts of the words denote a single letter, a prefix, or a suffix added to the word. So we talk about affixation. So it's the prefix and suffix and then the root word. So upon seeing this on your screen, we have examples here, and let's have to do this orally or on ourselves. I know this is very simple for you. So we have here combining the root word and the suffix or prefix, suffix perhaps, for you to be able to come up with a new word depending on the part of speech. So for example, may I give one for the first? Electric, you make it a noun form, so we have to add what suffix? All right, the IAN suffix or the yon, so we could say electrician. Okay, so how about the others? Okay, you could put your answers in the chat box in our Aragman. All right, so I'm seeing direct noun, that is direct. All right, we have the director or director, yes, or directress for a female. Okay, profess, verb, professing, yes, professed, yes. All right, and of course, so with the other examples in our exercise. Very good. All right. Another part of the verbal communication is, of course, the phrasal verbs. Well, it's not very technical in nature, but just to give everyone an understanding that this kind of input is essential for one to be good in using verbal words in communication. So we have the use of phrasal verbs. Are verbs followed by a preposition or an adverb. So we have if you see break up, break down, break into, they have the same verb but different prepositions, so they would end up with different meanings. So here in our practice exercise, let's do this also orally or on ourselves. You could also use our chat box in answering these items. So number one, is it down, on, or up? Put your shoes blank. It is too cold to walk around barefoot. So what's the answer? All right, so I'm seeing, yes, put your shoes on. Very good. Number two, you must get blank now or you will be late for school. What's the answer for number two? Can you please have number, then your answer on the chat box? All right, you must get up. Okay, so up is the answer. Number three, sit blank, please. I will be with you in a minute. All right, sit down, please. Number 4, could you write this word blank for me, please? So what's for number 4? All right. Could you write this word down for me, please? Thank you. Very good answer. Number 5. Do not give blank dancing. You are exceptionally talented. All right. Do not give up dancing. Okay. Number 6. Okay, could you give me the answer directly? I would like to try on. Yes, on these trousers. Number 7. Have you tidied blank the kitchen yet? Answer? Yes. Have you tidied up? Alright. Number 8. My little sister woke me, of course, woke me up. Number 9. Do not put the vase there. It will fall. Alright, that's down. And finally, number 10. Adam switched blank his torch so we could find our way home in the dark. Alright, Adam switched on. Okay, there you have it. So these are examples of the technical parts of verbal communication. So the use of words, of course. And let's come to the non-verbal. I believe this is more important over verbal because I would say it's more important because based on some authors, 65 if not 75% of communication is done non-verbal, on a non-verbal manner. So facial expressions, gestures are all part of non-verbal. If we talk of non-verbal, non means no, so there is no language inputted in the communication. So first we have kinesics, of course. If we talk of kinesics, that's movements. Okay, so the body movement, the hand gestures, even your facial expressions fall under kinesics. So we have two kinds of kinesics, the emblems and the illustrators. Emblems, you need not to have an accompaniment word for that. So the action speaks for itself already, while an illustrator needs words to illustrate, or the action is used to illustrate what you're saying. So for example, if you're buying, you say to. So that is an example of an illustrator. Okay. We have also the proxemics. Now this is talking about distance. So in communication, the closer you are to your co-communicator, the more intimate it gets, or the more intimate the kind of communication is present. Okay, but I have to remind you now that we are in the new normal. Social distancing is really a big thing in communication. Okay, so these are the different kinds of proxemics, or distances, or spaces. Then we have the chronemics. The relationship with time is also important in communication. So if you are a monochronic people or person, you have the following behavior or point of views towards things or towards communication. And if you're polychronic, perhaps consider the right side of the table and check if they are really true on your case. Tactile or tactile communication, or the haptics, the use of touch. So the tapping, the shaking hands is a tactile communication. Paralinguistics is the quality, the volume, the pace, pitch, articulation, pronunciation, and others about the sound. Okay, it's the paralinguistic, the sound. Okay, if you shout, it would create message. If your voice is soft, it creates also some sort of emotion. Okay, the fastness or the slowness is also under paralinguistics. And articulation and pronunciation is important in communication. So you have to know very well the technicalities of sound production. And of course, objectics. This is very fascinating because the way we wear clothing, or the kind of accessories we use, tells something or brings up something in our communication activity. So when you are in a formal gathering, you have to, expect to be wearing formal attire. So clothing and accessories are under objectives. Now, do you have questions? You don't. Please feel free to also chat or give a message. Send me a message in our Aradman so you could access every time. Now, let's come to video clip in our Aradman, and I'd like you to check on what kind of communication situation is present. Now, you have to analyze or observe the video and look into, write your actual observations on the items provided in Aradman. So here is our material. Okay, can we go back to the part here? So we have here now the applying our learning. So our target was to identify the situations or the communication activities and the elements on it. So here is our, kindly click this part of our Aradman, and so here's the video clip, and the following questions or the following items must be put into or answered. So perhaps you will see this on your screen under Aradman. So here is the question, and on this space kindly write your answers. Okay, your answers on the video. So you have to look into the video. So again, you are to consider the sender and receiver, the topic or issue being talked about, the type of communication context, the channels used, and the nonverbal codes used. So here's the video.
Where's my potato chips? Oh, we're not having chips tonight, but I want my chips. Lita, Lizzie, Pete and I worked really hard.
Alright, so that is the video. So I'll give you 10 minutes to work out on this one. So again, mention the sender and the receiver, the topic or issue being talked about, or the particular, the first message in the video. What type of communication context is there? What channel is used or channels used? And also mention the nonverbal codes. So I'll give you 10 minutes. Alright, so let's come now to our final activity for this lesson. So I have here on our activity the exercise that I'd like you to work out. So a final activity for today. So we will also be using the Aradman as our platform. So we have here, okay, so here is a picture or two pictures. So study the two different communication settings below. Consider all possible elements present in the communicative interplay among people and things in each setting. So answer the questions concerning the nature of communication present in the two settings. So let me give a backgrounder of this one, or a short instruction. So for example, we have here the first question. All right, so we have here the picture. So focus on the picture, look into the communicative interplay. So here, consider all the possible elements. So you have to answer in our respective box who is or who are the main centers. I'd like to look at the main part, main centers. Who is or who are the main receiver or receivers? So what possible messages are transmitted? Give at least 3. What channels is or are used? What are the nonverbal codes could be used to express the messages? You also have to cite at least 3. So you could have this one in an essay form. So all questions there must be written in an essay format. Okay, so that is for the first picture. So all of these questions must be answered in a narrative form. So it's like you're reviewing or taking an analysis of this picture. So there you have it, friends. Thank you so much for participating in our lesson for this activity for this day. So I hope that you were able to look into what is the intended learning for this first lesson of progressive communication. So thank you for participating, and also your exercises are to be graded the soonest time that you have accomplished. So there is a specified time for you to accomplish the different activities. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much to Dr. Christopher Duran for that presentation that is in the field of social studies, humanities, and communication. And as scheduled, we have mentioned earlier that there will be 5 presentations this morning. However, we would like to give time to our expert evaluators for the feedbacking and critiquing of the presentations watched earlier. And so we are going to have the feedbacking and critiquing now of our expert evaluators, and the presentation of Engineer Peter Anthony Petilia for the science and mathematics field will be the first presentation this afternoon. Okay, so now we will hear the feedback and critique of Dr. Danilo B. Pulma for the first presentation that is for engineering of the presentation of Engineer John Alvin Macariola. Sir?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is my audio okay?
Yes, sir.
Salamat. A pleasant morning to everyone, especially to our highly esteemed Commissioner of TED, Dr. Aldrin Darilag, our equally respected administrators from the CHED, Dr. George Colorado, our Regional Director, our respected SUCs President in Region 8, especially to our very supportive University President, Dr. Dominador Ogiri Jr. To Engineer Jun Alvin Macariola, my special greetings of congratulations for submitting and preparing a nice presentation. It is very clear and easy to follow. Surely the teaching force, the different issues in Region 8 have learned a lot from your video presentation. For my observation and comments, I look at it from the view of a student and as an immediate supervisor of the teacher. So first, the entire module is clearly matched to curricular standards, and the syllabus is comprehensive and contains the important elements. Second, the module has a well-stated, clear purpose that is carried out throughout the site. The content of the attached module is well organized. Subtopics naturally progress into succeeding ones, although there are clerical errors that have been observed, just like on the chronological order of subtopics in page 4. So proofreading is highly suggested. It covers the topic in depth with details, examples, and has links to external resources. It is evident that the author has tried to make the content of this module interesting to the students. There are features in the design that make learning enticing, challenging, and engaging. From day 0, upon registration, the students can already enjoy exploring the module-based LMS. And by just clicking the right link, students can get the information you want. However, I find the forms of assessment very limited, but effective and appropriate to the content. Number 7, the use of external resource to enhance online learning is also very evident, especially that our presenter is a computer engineer. Module consistently makes use of ICT effectively vis-a-vis content to enhance learning. And it also makes good use of font, color, and graphics to enhance presentation. It has been observed also that buttons and links for navigations are clearly labeled, consistently placed, allow the reader to easily move from a section to related pages and take the reader where he or she expects to go. A user does not become lost. Multimedia elements also are related and appropriate to the module, are of good quality, and enhance the learner's interest or understanding. Noticeably, all links also works properly. Number 12, module allows a minimum degree of interactivity and immediate feedback. It has limited to chat and discussion forum. It didn't make use of animations, simulations, models, or online assessment. The use of model lesson in the presentation of lesson could have been one way of making the module interactive. The proper use of the lesson module could have maximized the learning process by inserting a short assessment that requires the learner to get a satisfactory rating before he will be able to move or continue to the next page or topic. The main difference between a model lesson and other activity modules available in Moodle comes from its adaptive ability. With this tool, each choice the student makes can show a different teacher response and send the student to a different page in the lesson. Thus, with proper planning, the lesson module can customize the presentation of content and questions to each student with no further action required by the teacher. Also, the concept of gamification can also be employed to make our module interesting and interactive. Help and or frequently asked question is also hard to find. Students also may not understand what to do on some activities like wiki and general forum because it lacks description of the activity or instruction on what to do. We could display the instruction below the activity by making use of the description area to guide learners, especially when asynchronous learning is practiced. In addition, I have also observed the use of the database module. The database module is considered a learning activity. So it does not just have to be a repository of PDF files. We can use the database module also to allow collaboration on building a collection of web links, books, journals, references related to the subject. We can also use that to display student-created photos, posters, or websites for peer comment and review. And we can also use that to gather comments and votes on a short list of potential project ideas. You can also make use of one of the module resource to improve your module course appearance and layout. We call it the module level. Creating a module course is just like creating a website. Thus, the inclusion of images or graphics will enhance its appearance and layout. Lastly, I missed to see the instructional model that has been emphasized by our resource speakers from Philippine Normal University up to CIMEO. I was expecting to see the application of 4 A's, the activity, analysis, abstraction, and application in the presentation of the module. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Danilo B. Pulma, for that comprehensive observation given. we also, I know, to our viewers and to other faculty members who are also watching this, you can also learn from those suggestions given as we are going to reflect on our respective work. And now let's move on for the teacher in the field of teacher education for the presentations from Leyte Normal University and Southern Leyte State University. We would like to call on Dr. Aluna Midalia Sigabihan from Samar State University to give her observations, comments, and suggestions.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
First, I would like to say that I am grateful to my university for recommending me as the evaluator representative of Samar State University for this online teaching demonstration. Also, I am deeply honored to be one of the evaluators of this Moodle-based learning management system online teaching demonstration of the two excellent teacher education institutions in the region. All right, so my respect to our highly revered CHED Commissioner, Dr. Aldrin Darilag, also to our CHED Region 8 CHED Director, Dr. George M. Colorado. Sirs, good morning. To my fellow evaluators and to the OTD presenters this morning and for this afternoon, and to everyone who is watching through YouTube and Facebook Live, good morning. May I begin my evaluation by sharing with you all that in a computer-based or computer-mediated course, it is important that we adhere to the 4 factors or 4 skills, okay, that are necessary in coming up with a good Moodle-based learning management system. So these are the technical, the managerial, instructional, and the social skills. With the presentation of Mr. Robert G. Pianyar, so Mr. Robert G. Pianyar has presented to us his Moodle focusing on the course English 105, Teaching and Assessment of Grammar, and that was good for 49 minutes and 19 seconds. I would like to congratulate Mr. Robert G. for that comprehensive presentation of your Moodle-based LMS. So I'd like to say that the presenter was able to complete the parts of the unit. He was able to give the remember and relate parts, think and reflect part, engage and discuss, think beyond references, and so on and so forth. So in his Moodle, it was evident that Mr. Pianyar has the technical skill, okay, because he was able to perform well or to navigate well the Moodle. And it was manifested when he actually used Mentimeter, Google Meet, and Google Drive. He was so aware that in opening another or in clicking, okay, a URL, it must be opened in another window so that the students will not be confused or the students will not be disoriented with the sequence of the contents in the Moodle, and at the same time, the students will not have to leave, okay, the current window, which is the Moodle. Okay. Another skill that was possessed or that Mr. Pianyar has was the managerial skill, because he was able to provide the course module, and this is very important, especially for students who are new to this Moodle. So he has the module guide, and that was intended to give students orientation about the Moodle, and also, of course, about the content of module 1. Okay, and also Mr. Pianyar has these instructional skills. Instructional skill was apparently evident when he was one is when he was able to provide the team teaching, okay, the team teaching part wherein he invited a speaker, an expert of that course, another expert of that course. So This is important also that we conduct team teaching, that we also invite guest speakers or resource persons that will help us in the delivery of our instruction online. Another thing that I have observed from the Moodle of Mr. Pionyar was the provision of the course calendar in Matrix. So he was able to provide a step-by-step instruction with specific dates. So it was presented in a matrix wherein there were 11 activities, and each activity has a specific date. However, in the presentation of those activities in the matrix, I just got confused with the first 4 activities because all those 4 were dated August 10, although the first one was for 10 minutes. Also, the second one was 10 minutes. The third and fourth were for 15 minutes and 20 minutes respectively. So I just would like to know from Mr. Pianyar if these 4 activities would be answered by the students in one sitting only, in one sitting, because considering the limitations also of some of our students, for those who have slow connection or intermittent connection, maybe they might not be able to finish, okay, the activity in 10 minutes. So I would like I would like to be clarified if this 10 minutes is good for like 9 a.m. to 9 to 10 a.m. or this 10 minutes should be achieved within one day. Okay, one day, that the students have the one day allowance to be able to perform or to finish the activity. Okay, I hope Mr. Pionyar would get my point about this. Okay, so another observation is, okay, I would like also to suggest that aside from the module guide, it is important that we just upload our syllabus, because the syllabus would give our students, okay, the knowledge. They would be oriented through the syllabus as to the list of activities that they would have throughout the semester. Okay, aside from the syllabus, it is also important that we upload that we include in our Moodle the learning contract, or some sort of a learning contract, or it's like a pledge of honesty, okay, pledge of honesty, that our students would pledge that in this Moodle, they will be the one to answer the activities, because how sure are we that it's really our students who would log into their Moodle? How sure are we that it's really our students who would answer the activities that we have incorporated in our Moodle? So probably a pledge of honesty can be provided so that our students would be able to perform, okay, their academic honesty. Okay, so we have to set this tone among our students. I have mentioned about the course syllabus. So when the course syllabus is included or is uploaded in the Moodle, we can also orient our students via virtual meeting probably. So a virtual meeting might be conducted at least for once throughout the semester, so that we can have receive, or we can ask our students about their expectations toward the course. They would be able to introduce themselves, so that at least at the beginning of the semester, they will be oriented about the course. Okay, they can give suggestions as to which activities, okay, that the teacher can include. Also, they can give their expectations about the course, and what's this? It's also important that there will be a social interaction between the students and the teacher. So this social skill was somehow not really lacking, but I was actually looking for this thing, because at the beginning, Mr. Pianyar has no welcome message or like introduction of himself through a video recorded introduction, something like that. So at least we're able to give or to enhance rapport between us, okay, between us and our students. All right, so I have also observed that, okay, as to content, Mr. Pianyar was able to provide a comprehensive discussion. It was actually a complete unit of the error corrective feedback, okay? Now, he was able to give us a video recorded discussion, although that he had no video recorded welcome message for his students, well, at least he was able to be, he would be able to be viewed by his students because of the video recorded discussion that he had. And that was given after the error corrective feedback discussion. It was a 20-minute video recorded discussion, and I commend Mr. Pianyar for doing so because, you know, 20 minutes, okay, 20-minute video is already enough, especially for students who cannot actually provide a big amount of internet data. So at least this brief video recorded discussion can suffice their learning. Okay, some of our students cannot really understand well when they are just reading, okay, when they will just be viewing printed, okay, or print materials in the Moodle. So it's also necessary that an audio video learning material is provided. As to assessment or evaluation, so Mr. Pianyar was able to give us a pre-test or able to give the students a pre-test, and that was good. However, my comment to that is he did combine the multiple choice and the true or false test. So I would like to suggest that he separates the multiple choice, probably 3 options first or 3 items first for the multiple choice, and then 2 items naman for the true or false. Okay. Now, there was an increasing complexity of the questions as it was manifested in his in the last part of his Moodle, the quiz. So I have observed that he actually adhered to the higher order thinking skills because the first questions were only simple recall, and the next part of the questions were already giving students situations wherein they had to evaluate, okay, the context. So I also commend Mr. Pianyar for doing that, or for following the principle of constructing questions. All right. So what more can I share about my observations? Okay. So every discussion has an assessment, okay? And that's good because the students are able to self-assess, okay? They will be able to assess themselves when these self-assessment checks are given. Di ba? Kasi nga, assessment is an ongoing monitoring of the performance and learning of our students. And this self-assessment check or questions are important that this will be provided within, okay, or every after lessons. Okay, so although some experts would suggest that our contents may be organized by using folders or books, so far in the presentation of Mr. Pianyar, I would go for what he did because in English, in an English course, English is actually a content-based course, so a communication-based course as well. So it is important that examples of words, phrases, paragraphs could be provided by the teacher himself so that the students will have a view, okay, view of the correct examples of sentences, especially that the course was teaching and assessment of grammar. Okay, so I like the idea of Mr. Pianyar for providing paragraphs in his Moodle. But anyway, these paragraphs, these instructions that he had given in his Moodle was good for 1 unit. And I believe that this 1 unit was, these contents of 1 unit were included in one folder. Okay. All right, so I think that's all about Mr. Pianyar's presentation. So I repeat, he had the technical skill, the managerial skill, the instructional skill, because a variety of teaching learning activities were there, okay, especially the video recorded examples while he was teaching or exemplifying the types of corrections, the explicit correction, metalinguistic feedback, recast, and so on and so forth. Also, he has social, sa social lang, I just would like to suggest that Mr. Peñar could enhance his social skill by, well, giving a self-introduction through a video recorded message, or giving chance also for the students to introduce themselves. If the students cannot give a video recorded introduction of themselves, then probably the teacher, Mr. Pianyar, could give a forum, something like a portion of the Moodle wherein the students can reply, write their introduction, and then post also their photo. Okay, and I hope I haven't missed anything about my observations toward Mr. Pianyar. Okay, so I think that's it. So may I now proceed to my second evaluation, my evaluation for Miss Sybil Crisia Ledesma. So the presentation of Miss Ledesma was very quick. It was a demo teaching for 19 minutes and 19 seconds. Okay. However, although the presentation was quick, she was able to give us an overview, okay, of the course and how she navigated the Moodle. All right. So first, I have observed, okay, I actually checked the CMO for BS Ed English. The ILO, okay, the ILO in the module and in the Moodle of Miss Ledesma was really congruent to the CMO, okay, and even to the course description provided by the CMO number 75 series 2017. Okay, so that's good. That's a good point that I have observed from the presentation of Miss Ledesma. In her presentation, I have also observed the same with Mr. Pianyar. I would like to suggest that a syllabus, okay, can be uploaded, and it should be in a PDF file. Kasi pag hindi PDF file, if it's just in a Word file, lumiliit yung file, yung content. Okay, so in the module and even in your Moodle, the statement of the ILO, I would like also to suggest that it should be something that is personal, something that will be given directly to the students. So it's better to use the personal pronoun you, okay, than saying the students will be able to. Okay, I have read that the statement there was in the module, the students will be able to. So I would like to suggest, and it's better that really using you, okay, in the formulation of objectives is personal and more conversational. Now, as to the content of the Moodle, also complete. So Miss Ledesma had a pre-test, then the pre-lesson, the content, the enabling activities, generalization, and the assessment. And she was able to provide a very good structure or layout of the contents. In fact, on the right part of her Moodle, I have seen that she gave the table of contents. Okay, so the contents per section were arranged in a folder format, and that's quite good. Okay. Okay, so this is the same comment which I have given to Mr. Pianyar, that in the announcement part, Ms. Ledesma could also announce, okay, that she will use or she will be using other platforms Okay, so in the announcement, you may announce that you will also be using other platforms like Facebook Messenger or Viber or even text messaging. So telling your students how they could reach you. Okay, this is also developing your social skill in the Moodle-based instructional delivery. All right, so what else? So this is important that not only for you, but also for your students to explore other forms of communication. Okay, going back to the folder format, by the way, Miss Ledesma, so I really commend you for doing that because, you know, your dashboard, your Moodle was not that loaded, okay? Because you have organized everything. Because there are students really who, when opening a Moodle, when opening a social media account or any online platform, when they see that the monitor, okay, the platform is full of words only, okay, parang they are discouraged, okay, to continue reading. They would feel the intimidation or the burden of going through or of continuing, okay, reading the contents. So that's why I really like your idea, your initiative in arranging the contents of your Moodle through folder format. Okay. There was a smooth transition of activities and students would not be allowed to go to the next activity or page unless they would be finished with the current one. And this was emphasized by Ms. Ledesma in her presentation. When she gave the post-test, she had explained there that students would not be able to take the post-test unless otherwise they have finished, okay, the previous activities. Okay. So, by the way, rubrics were provided by both presenters, by Mr. Pianyar and Ms. Ledesma, because in their evaluation part, they have utilized the subjective assessment, okay, giving students essay for them to be able to give their insights about the course, about the specific lesson. And probably this is the last for the references, so they were able to adhere to copyright laws by providing the list of references accurately following the APA style, and that's good. Okay. All right. So I think that would be all for Mr. Pianyar and Ms. Ledesma. So congratulations to both, because in just a short period of time, they were able to prepare, to provide a well-prepared Moodle. Okay, so I have learned from a colleague that Mr. Pianyar has actually prepared for only 1 day or 2 days for the Moodle, and yet he was able to give us a comprehensive and complete, okay, Moodle. Also for Miss Ledesma, when I was looking and when I was watching the YouTube yesterday, I was actually amazed with her voice, okay, and how she presented the Moodle, and at the same time the module for contemporary, popular, and emergent literature. Okay, so she was able to incorporate videos like the part of the Maleficent movie. So good also that she only included a 20-minute, okay, part of that movie. So this is another thing that she has, considering also she was able to consider the limitations of her students. So that's good, that's great. Congratulations once again, Mr. Pianyar and Ms. Ledesma. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gabihan. And it's really a wow to both of the presenters of the teacher education for such a very short preparation, and yet they were able to give us a very comprehensive, and for me personally, I've learned a lot from the two presentations as a language and literature teacher. Moving on to give the comments and suggestions for the social studies, humanities, and communication, we have Dr. Constantino G. Medillo Jr. from Southern Leyte State University. Sir?
Hello, good morning. Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Aldrin Darilag, CHED Regional Director George Colorado, Associate Presidents of Region 8, other high esteemed officials, good morning. To Dr. Christopher Duran, congratulations, sir, for a very excellent online teaching demonstration. For my observations, I would like to give observations from the perspective of a faculty. As a faculty who has no experience in conducting online classes, I have questions like, number one, how would I conduct my online classes in the actuality? We've been through with different webinars, trainings, how to conduct the flexible mode of learning, how to write our modules, but in the eventuality of conducting classes in the start of the first semester, my question is, how would I conduct my teaching? And as I have watched the movie, the demonstration actually presented is very appropriate and focused. From the warming up until the assessment, everything is focused on the topic and everything is very appropriate to the topic. So again, congratulations for that, Dr. Duran. Another question as a faculty is, what materials can I use to enhance learning? In the conduct of online classes, we are in everyday classes in the previous normal. We are used to books, using PowerPoint presentations and others. But in this new normal, conducting online classes, my question is, what materials can I use to enhance my learning, the learning of my students? And I have seen in the teaching demo of Dr. Duran that he used different, very colorful, varied materials from multimedia, videos, and other attention-grabbing pictures. However, is it okay if I will just download all those materials from the internet and present them to the students without acknowledging the authors? So somehow, my suggestion would be to properly acknowledge, perhaps to properly acknowledge the sources of those copyrighted materials, if ever they are copyrighted. Videos, pictures, and other type of medias, we are already on the online classes, and some of our lectures and presentations may be shared to others. It is very important to be very careful not to violate copyright laws and other intellectual property policies. Another question as a faculty who has no experience in conducting online classes is, what would my class look like in an online setting? I was hoping and I expected that the online demonstration, there would be class interaction where there are students on board having class activities, having class discussion or group discussion, and then presenting their outputs to the teachers where other groups could also interact. Although it is very highly commendable that the Dr. Duran presented several activities for the students to perform, however, the actual class activities were not observed in the demo. I want to emphasize this because our faculty might follow what they observed today to just for the whole duration of the online class, only the teacher can be seen without students having interaction. What I mean is the lecture with the presentation of graphics and media, but no actual class activities and interaction. Because there are actually online meeting platforms like Zoom that we are using today, wherein the host could form breakout rooms for discussion groups of the participants or the students. Then afterwards, the groups could present their output and other groups could interact. In this way, the interests of the students on the lesson at hand will be maintained. And another question is, how can I make my assessment challenging without but still having fun, because most of the time assessments in classes are somewhat very hard for the students. So can we add some fun to our assessments before we end our online class? So maybe perhaps we could use Google Forms and other form builder applications that we will utilize to make assessments fun and interesting. And lastly, I have, watching all the demonstration this morning, I have one important realization. Uh, Facilities like special rooms or cubicles for video shooting or conducting live online classes is an important aspect that should be provided to teachers in this new normal. Unnecessary background noise and scenery could disrupt the flow of live online classes, and worse, they could be sources of bad publicity to the faculty and to the institution. So as a faculty, those are my observations. Again, congratulations to Dr. Christopher Duran and congratulations to EVHEIs-FLMSC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Medilo, for the thorough observations given to our presenter. And now we are going to listen to the comments, observations, and suggestions from our expert evaluators, starting with Dr. Glenda Cadiente. Ma'am.
Hello, good morning. It's almost 12 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning to everyone, CHED Commissioner Darilag, Regional Director Colorado, and the SUC presidents, as well as the co-evaluators. I was actually listening to all of the suggestions and comments of the evaluators, and I guess most of them have already delineated comments that I was also about to give. So I would be focusing on the content. So I start with the first presenter from SSU. So before I give my comment, I actually would like to share my observation with regards to, for example, not all of the presenters have uniform way of presentation and idea also of how they are going to share their the OTD. For example, the first presenter from SSU, I was actually expecting a thorough presentation, but it turns out it was more of a description of the LMS. Although I have read the module, the PDF, and the Word file. Anyway, the LMS is highly commendable. I actually find it very, it has, the student support is very strong, most especially because when you come up with a module, you also consider whether it's synchronous or asynchronous. So the LMS that they provided is really supporting, especially students who have very limited resources. And I could see that when he showed the navigation of, for example, much or many of the parts of the module, many students who would come asynchronously would be very, very happy, especially with the downloadable files. Also, I am quite a bit frustrated because there was no actual demo. But well, I would just be basing on what the module showed. So I noticed that the content came on just a little bit heavy. And I presume there is a lot of lecturing, and interactivity in terms of the topics is rather limited. So I would really suggest that when the revision of this module will be done, you would inject or insert some interactive activities, because the module seem to have a lot of like they're left on their own to read and navigate the LMS, I guess, or what you call that. I also noticed that because of the rather heavy topic, I would actually suggest that you section the topic to subheadings, so that because of this, there is a rather limited provision for a chunked or smaller assessment of the topics that were given. So, but all in all, I appreciate the multimedia. It's really very nice, and the user support also. Yun lang. So the quality of assessment medyo is quite limited. Okay, but all in all, I would also congratulate the presenter for sharing to us some ideas that even myself, I have not thought of, and would probably, well, think of considering, given the fact that it's very, very student friendly, and the support to student users is very strong. Now for the second presenter, my home. I have seen the module beforehand, and well, except for the fact that this has been enriched, and I am quite surprised that it has been improved. So what I can just say is that this is very important, especially, for example, when you make a module, you have your overview, you also have your follow-up, and then you also have some mini assessments you shouldn't forget, and as well as the summation of everything that is provided in the module. And I would actually say that the module of Mr. Pianyar has all of this. So it's very well crafted, it's very thorough. I also appreciate how it was carefully chunked. I would also want to share that the assessment part in a module is very, very, very important. That's why in this particular module, it's a very important feature that the module has. And another thing that is equally important is the processing, because the processing of the content in Mr. Pianyar is very smooth. What else? Interactivity is also very present. Copyright, even the referencing is clearly stated. So all in all, I could say that the effectiveness of the module is apparent. Okay. Now for the third presenter. Okay, I actually find this module very, is highly interesting, because of course I won't say that I'm biased, but because I also am an avid fan of literature. However, I was a bit distracted by the music, the background music. Although, of course, I'd like to assume that in the actual module presentation, if you ever start presenting, if you happen to come up with uh, a background music, just keep it low. Okay. Now, in the objective outcome, there was a mention of, in fact, the outcome was mentioning about historical, socio-political, and literary dynamics, which is the main goal of the module. But I was actually looking at these particular terms, which were not rather clearly defined. And this is very crucial because as the main goal of your module, this is the only direction that your students are actually looking at. And so when this becomes an output from a student's perspective, I would actually be confused as to how I would proceed with, for example, the dynamics that you're asking, because it was not actually found it was not clearly laid out. So I would really suggest that you come up with these particular terms in the definition part, and most especially because if this is not really laid out, it will also show in the processing of the lesson. And clearly, I was actually looking at, for example, how the social, political, and the literary dynamics have actually been processed in the module, but I could not see it. Although, of course, there were descriptions of the genres. And another thing, I was actually wondering, because you came up with sample descriptions of the genre, for example, of the classics, of the literary pieces, were these descriptions your own descriptions, or because I was actually looking at, for example, if you have a description, there's no link or if there is no reference to it, then I presume that that's your own. But I also sense there was some inconsistency in terms of, for example, the referencing part, because when I clicked on the reference, it did not lead me to that particular website. So I guess if you are going to put it as reference and it is a link, then you just have to make sure that when the students would click on it, it will actually direct them to that particular site. But well, all in all, I find the topic highly, highly interesting. Now, for the last one from SU, okay. This is rather unique because I actually love the decentering concept because of the term Aradman. And this is some sort of the university's branding, which I would like to, I'd like to express my appreciation, not really appreciation, my, how you call that? I really admire that, my sense of admiration to that particular concept. And for the how many, 5 or 4 presentations, this one actually caught my attention because of that, because they have this Aradman term, which is very localized, and which the students would also identify with. All right. So the topic was actually, this is under purposive communication. And the topics under the module is, they're very, very interesting. Not to mention, of course, the well-modulated voice of the presenter. Although, of course, this is not really one of the primary requirements, but as a teacher, especially that this is this is a module, and most of us would rather go on board to talk to our students online. Sometimes it also make us think about how we can actually make our voice well modulated so that we don't come as threatening to our students. Not to mention that, you know, most of our students, whether we like it or not, are actually they're not really so used to this kind of the mode of learning, which is blended. So, well, yes, I love the well-modulated voice and very, very friendly. It's not really threatening to the students, especially when they start hearing the teacher's voice and they love to listen to him. Okay, so there's a certain appeal that calms the frayed nerves of the students, right? Okay. Now, I was actually looking at the arrangement of the modules, even the contents. The only thing is that, well, it is understandable that the topic is very heavy. That is why when the topic becomes very heavy, teachers should also find time to really group them well and really sift the kind of activities and also how you're going to proceed. Because, well, of course, from our end, it will be fine because we're the ones who provide the information, but from the students' end, it might be overwhelming. And so because this is a module and most often the teachers are not on board and they're left on their own to navigate the lesson, the module should at least still make them feel that the teacher is with them. So in this particular module presentation, although of course I appreciate the activities that are provided, but there seems to be a tendency to come up with a lot of discussion, and we might actually lose out of focus. So that I think that's one thing that we have to remember. So as I've said, the discussion can become a little bit too long. So maybe after, for example, a particular, say 1 or 2 topics, you could insert a very short assessment just to check whether the students are still with you or they're not yet overwhelmed by the information that you're giving them. Okay. So all in all, I mean, all of the presenters have actually stood to match their topics to the curriculum. Aesthetics. The aesthetic part under design is really very surprising for the presenters because, of course, the fact that this is very new, but while I was looking at the presentation, the design, the aesthetics, the multimedia, they were able to handle it very well. So on the whole, most of the suggestions that I can give to the presenters is that it's actually is heavy in the content parts, most especially with the processing and the thoroughness of the lesson from the beginning to end, because that is very crucial. There are, I won't actually just single out who presented it, but because I guess most of us can also be guilty of this, but the introduction part should not be taken for granted, because in fact, it is something that you should prepare really well. So it's not just motivation, or it's not just say throw in something that they could laugh at, or throw in that something that they could catch their attention, but we also make sure that whatever it is they catch their attention should be closely knitted to what is given next, the next, the third, the fourth, up to the last. So that would be all. It has also been a wonderful experience for me. I have also learned a lot from the presentation. I hope you have also learned something from my end, from my perspective. I guess we will all rise from this particular challenge. So congratulations to all of the presenters for this morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Catiente, for that in-depth and focused evaluation. And now we are going to save the best for last. Let's welcome Dr. Robertino Macalde. Sir?
Good afternoon. Earlier they were
Good
talking about
afternoon.
morning, so it's officially it's afternoon.
Afternoon.
So first of all, congratulations to everyone for your excellent presentations, and also to the evaluators. Excellent, very keen observations to the presentations. Let me share my screen. Actually, I have in the course of the evaluation, the talk, while the evaluation are ongoing, I made a short PowerPoint presentation to highlight some of the things that I've seen during the presentations. Okay. Okay. I hope you're still connected because I saw the hostess screen. It's actually frozen at the moment. Okay. So here are some observations. Basically, my question perhaps is how many participants are we looking at? How did you able to, what sort of information are available as regards to participants? I have only, from the 4 presentations, if I'm not mistaken, it's Mr. Pianar who mentioned about the level, second year or first year, if I remember it correctly. And then question perhaps like how were they grouped? If the decision is to do it this way, how were they, how did they able to identify them? And then how many hours will be allocated for access to the learning management system? I suppose similar to a situation when we physically go to our respective classrooms in our respective schools. It does not necessarily mean that we have to be accessing the LMS for 24 hours. So probably we need to identify beforehand how many hours are we supposed to consume as regards using the LMS. And then how did you able to come up with a course design? I am assuming that since most of us have our own syllabus, respective syllabuses, when we develop a specific, when we describe our respective courses or subjects that we handle, I am sure we need to identify, we need to prepare some sort of a learning needs assessment, like how did we able to identify that this would be the most appropriate material that should be presented or developed, included in my presentation, in my course. Here are some specific comments why I have decided to present it generally, in the sense that the evaluators have already done it. They have already identified, they have already provided evaluation for all the presenters. So I'll do it generally. I remember one of the presenters mentioning about giving access through his email, through the LMS, through his LinkedIn, to his Facebook. I admire that faculty for identifying all of those things. But the problem is, if you have if you have given them too many ways to communicate with you, you might end up having difficulties in the sense that you might end up answering comments or suggestions from the Facebook to your LinkedIn account. Why not consider just identifying a specific email so that everyone will be able to access all your concerns? The documents, most of the documents that were presented were in PDF format, although colorful at that. But the intention is, if it's PDF, why not just decide to just ask them to print the materials instead of accessing it? Primarily, all of our respective skills, we do not, sorry, we do not necessarily know what screen are we using. Are we using desktop or laptop, or are we accessing the materials through our mobile phones? So for better understanding, for better access, why not ask them, if the intention is to present it via PDF, why not ask them to just print them? Creating a module or course guide, I've seen this embedded in some of the materials in the modules. Perhaps it would be better to just present it separately and then identify all the include also all the policies, all the things that they need to do for the period of engagement. Let us say for one semester, what are the things that you are included? How are you being assessed? What are the assessment tools that will be used? What would be the so-called percentage of the assessment and other things? I've seen this as a comment. I've heard this as a comment from one of the evaluators earlier. Yes, if the intention is to develop a module, perhaps it would be better to do it by a self-instructional approach. I heard it also from one of the evaluators mentioning that instead of saying students, why not just directly say you are expected to present this and this and that. The activity on webinar is actually good, except that perhaps it would be better, considering that it was also mentioned there that not everyone will be able to access the internet. The internet access might be difficult. Why not do the webinar itself and then record it and then place it in the LMS as a reference material or as a material for discussion? For, let us say, after reading this, what are you, ask some sort of a process questions like, what did you learn from the discussion? What were your reflection or other things? Differentiated approach in instruction. I've seen this earlier in the sense that perhaps not instruction, differentiated approach, in the sense that some of you have identified in the sense that you have mentioned that yes, while some of you have internet access, some of you might have no internet access, so this would be the alternative activity. Okay, that's good. But perhaps, again, if the intention is to do it, why not just ask them, okay, all of you who do not identify beforehand, those who have no internet access, please inform me, this would be your activity. Those with internet access, this would be your activity. And outright tell them that whether you're doing it via internet or doing it without internet access, you will be graded the same. Something like that. And then, if I'm not mistaken, some of you, or at least some of some of the staff or faculty perhaps of the consortium have undergone the Moodle training. If I'm not mistaken, there's a grading and feedbacking system within Moodle. Synchronous and asynchronous functions are there. Why not take advantage? outright inform your learners that they'll be participating in a synchronous session, and this would be the period when they'll be participating in an asynchronous session. Let us say 2 hours, 3 hours, or 1 hour, 1 hour and a half or something. And then a synchronous session, when are they supposed to be participating, and then how many hours will be spent for that and other things. I've noticed, although not everyone have presented their modules per se, I've noticed when we were actually given an advanced copy of the modules, I've noticed that some of you, I think you have forgotten to include the Bloom's taxonomy as regards developing your learning outcomes. You might want to consider there's a Bloom's taxonomy in e-learning, specifically the verbs that Bloom's have mentioned. You might want to consider that. You might want to consider also, you are seeing right now an example of a desktop version and a mobile version of the Moodle site. You might want to consider creating something like this. For purposes of branding, that's one. For synchronicity, making sure that they'll be able to identify which portions comes first. For purposes of making sure that all of the materials that are there are placed appropriately. So that's a recommendation, a suggestion. I'm not really sure, I cannot recall if I have shown this to you earlier when I did my last webinar. These are the steps in developing effective learning materials. So most of the time, the first step most likely is to identify the need, and then you identify the objectives or to set the objectives, and then you select the topics that form part of your course or your subject, and then you format and select the content arrangements, and then do the editing, and then pilot testing, and ultimately revise the materials afterwards. Again, as a form of review, as mentioned by one of the evaluators earlier, you might want to consider, although yeah, I also have not seen some of the materials placed in this approach. The 4As, you always start with an activity. Most of the time when you have an activity, the assumption is you would provide them with a feedback. Not necessarily seeing the feedback at the end of the materials, but rather immediately after the activity, for purposes of synchronicity, and also for purposes of pre-aligning it to the next activity, which is the analysis. Most of the materials that I've seen so far started with an abstraction again. If the intention is to adapt the 4As of learning, why not do it first, the activity, and then analysis before the actual abstraction. These are some, perhaps a tool, if the intention is to say it that way. I have given you a matrix earlier, and this is another matrix that you want to consider for purposes of, these are actually plugins. You can include it as part of the activity. So not necessarily doing everything in the learning management system, but rather doing activities outside of the learning management system. Google, actually, if you're not familiar, is similar to creating a mind map. This is an electronic mind map. Padlet is also a mind map, but rather these are pictures that are intertwined pictures. Developing surveys, you might want to, these are the newer versions of the applications. Typeform, communication, there's Zoom and Google Meet. And in terms of documentation, you might want to consider Google Docs and other things. But these are things that you might want to consider as part of your activities, in addition to the activities that you will be doing in the learning management system. One of the evaluators also mentioned about gamification, or including games in the classes, in the activities. Yes, there are a number of games that are available and free. The question actually is, how do you use it? The approach primarily is just ask them to do the game themselves and then ask the provocative questions, so to speak. Ask them questions that will make them think strategic in a gameful way. As far as Bloom's taxonomy that I mentioned earlier, these are some of the things. The Bloom's taxonomy e-learning actually covers creating, evaluating, analyzing, applying, understanding, and remembering. Almost the same, it is similar, except that these are the words that they usually use if the intention is to remember. So instead of using, make use of the word cite. If the intention is to understand, make use of the word add or the verb add, sorry, and then apply, acquire. Again, analyze, the same, analyze, evaluate, you appraise, and then abstract. I noticed some of the materials whenever they mention about learning outcomes, and the assumption for learning outcomes is these are the things that you expect them to prepare at the end of the course. So basically, we're looking at the outputs. What are the intended outputs of the immediate outputs, immediate outputs at the end of the course. So that's the learning outcomes most of the time. So let us say the intention is for them to understand the value of mathematics. So that's the learning outcome. So what would be the intended outcomes? That means he or she will be able to compute using the formula in mathematics, something like that. Those are the things that we might be looking at. Another option, I don't know if you're familiar, whenever you present your materials, instead of doing it via PDF, you might want to consider doing it interactively or similar to the features of a website. Gutenberg, there's such a thing as the Gutenberg pattern diagram. People tend to read the materials using the Z format or the Z pattern. That means from left to right, and then you go down. The orientation, whenever we read in a website or a material, we tend to do it from this way to this way, from left to right, and then we go down, and then left to right again. So that's a C pattern. You might want to consider that as your presentation in your in the event that you decide to do it interactively, your presentation materials in the learning management system instead of the usual PDF. Another, I don't know if I do not remember, I could not recall if I've shown this to you in the last webinar. You might want to consider doing it this way. Your learning design options. When we talk about learning design options, these are the things that you will be placing, including in your learning management system. You might want to consider, are you looking at a fully online discussion, fully online activity, or blended activity? The pacing, do you want to do a class pace or a self-pace? Self-pace, they're on your own. Minimal interaction or no interaction from a facilitator or a teacher or a professor. Instructor ratio, what I'm seeing is how many people are we looking at? Because the more participants with with only one professor or one facilitator, that means it's better not to use the LMS, but rather better to use the book. If you're looking at more than 1,000 participants, these are the things that you need to consider as well. Your pedagogy, your online assessment, you might want to consider that as well, and the role of the instructor. Do you want to be part of the entire discussion, or you just form part? You'll just be there as a present during the discussion. The role of the students as well, and then I did mention about having synchronous or asynchronous activity or a combination of both, and then your source of feedback. Again, these are the things that you might want to consider when you're doing your presentation, your actual materials. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So much, Dr. Robertino Macalde. We may have an overtime, but indeed we have learned valuable insights and remarkable presentations. So that ends this morning's session. This afternoon, we are going to have another batch of presenters, and we will hear a different perspective of evaluation or review of the presentation. So let's have our lunch break for an announcement. We are going to, maybe we could only have a 30-minute break. Can we do it? 30-minute break, and then after which we are going to start the afternoon session at 1 o'clock. So let's have our lunch break. Enjoy. Have a good day.